They're in order. He puts them away in order, so defense is all the way in the back.
I messed up that order when I pulled
Oh.
it, so it's how we're going to use.
I'm long enough.
Well, we'll find it right now, Judge, real quick. While we're looking for a judge, I went back. Oh, here I found it. Okay. I went back into our cell phone extraction that we were provided to get what context was around it, and confirm that this was the order and everything like that. It is in fact only 2 messages exchanged between these 2 phone numbers. One that is purported to be from Mr. Guerrero.
Well, he testified it was.
Yeah, testified that was his phone. So it's his phone number and then the phone number of the defendant. So just so that as far as that it actually is, and not to require him later to have to bring any examiner, the state is stipulating that actually is a text message. So
And so what we said is what I suggested is if we just admitted it based upon the fact that it's authentic in the testimony and everything else, we would do that. They have said that they're objecting to the admission. So we'll need Henry to come back up and go back over it.
So you object to the admission?
I object to the admission based on hearsay as it relates to her portion, yes.
And we're offering it as to her portion under 8033 because 8033 also talks about a statement of future intent.
And so, oh, sorry.
Well, in the statement of future intent, if Your Honor please.
And of course, the state has an argument in response to that, citing of that portion of the rules of evidence.
And you said 803 what?
8033. So it's
Then existing
mental, emotional, or physical condition. But also, if you read further down the rule, it says the intent of the parties in the future. The cases also talk about that would be like an intent to do something. Would qualify.
A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, such as motive, intent, or plan.
Right. So what that is her. It shows her intent and actually her plan to. I will bring the money on Sunday, and so the what they call the Selena case, the case where the woman who killed Selena. In that case, what the court really lays out a statement, and they have a really good examination of it. The statement is, I believe Yolanda is stealing from me, and I am going to fire her. And what the court said is that I believe Yolanda is stealing from me is a statement of something that happened in the past, and so that would not qualify as a statement of future intent. However, the second half of the statement, I am going to fire her, is a statement of her intent in the future. And the statement of intent in the future, not something that's believed about the past, but something that you're going to say is going to happen in the future, is qualified under 8033. And so, in this case, I mean, it's pretty clear that her text message is, I am going to bring the money by at 7 o'clock on Sunday. So, that's the first thing. So it qualifies under that. But even so, we're not even offering it to prove that she was going to bring the money by on Sunday. We're offering it to show that she had said that, which goes to show the state of mind of her and what she thought and believed based upon Henry and what he said to her, which was on Friday. Now, of course, the court heard the testimony that Henry unequivocally said that she called on Saturday and told him that the reservation was canceled. So what this does is it says, first, Henry had already made these arrangements. There's not a call that she made to him on Friday, which goes against what he said. But on hers, it's just a statement of her intent. I'm going to bring the money by on Sunday at 7 o'clock, is all that statement says. So, because
the response is that statement itself is based on the belief that what was communicated to her was that the cancellation was for Sunday. So that statement of I'm going to go on Sunday is then going to be used to say, well, that must mean that Henry said that the cancellation was for Sunday, which would mean that it would be inadmissible
I would
hearsay.
never admit this exhibit for anything having to do with cancellation, I'll tell you that. Because this is not about cancellation. This is him texting her, this is the price for the pavilion, and he doesn't even say a day, actually.
Well, so, but here's where, if I could say, if the understanding was is that Pavilion 1 is available, that's the only way that text makes sense, is because if Henry did not believe that Pavilion 1 was unavailable because the person had been reserved.
What I'm saying is that Henry's message doesn't say a day that it is available.
But Mr.
It
Salinas...
doesn't even say a cancellation.
But Mr. Salinas will tell the court that when he received that message that said, okay, I will be there 7 a.m. on Sunday, Henry did not respond, which also the cases say that the lack of a response when a response would be expected can be used to infer what is going on in the conversation. So for instance, if I said to a person, I'm an investigator, and I said, you sexually assaulted that child, and they said nothing, that silence can be inferred, as long as they're not under arrest and all that other stuff. That silence can be inferred. Or let's say I'm a parent, and I go to my brother, and I say, you sexually assaulted my child, and he doesn't say anything. The cases have said that the silence itself can be used as an inference of you did that because you would have responded differently.
And I understand you're going to argue that, and you're going to argue the opposite, and the jurors can make a reasonable inference from the evidence.
And that's what we're asking.
But what I'm saying is, if I admit this, it's going to be with a limited instruction.
That's
that they are
understood.
to consider this only for exactly what the text is.
That's understood. And as long as, and we agree, and that's why we said it's weight, not admissibility. So the jurors can give the weight to it, whatever they want. But as far as the admissibility, because he was so insistent upon something that this goes directly against. I mean, it goes directly against that the first time he said, the first time I ever talked to
Different
her.
people can think different things about this and his testimony.
I understand.
And I know your job is to cross-examine, but it's possible you guys are all talking about the same thing, just differently.
I understand. I will say that, I agree with you.
So when you say cancellation, he doesn't like that word, so he says no.
I understand.
But clearly there was something going on that he sent that message. So
Yes, and so that's all we're asking, is for the opportunity to argue.
what do you say about that?
I think that the first message from his phone is appropriate to be admitted. I would say that the second message from her would be misleading to the jury, would confuse them about what's the real issues in the case, and I think that portion should be redacted. Based on hearsay, it's a self-serving statement, and I do appreciate Mr. Goss's argument, but I do think that that statement in and of itself is based on a belief, and admitting it would then be that, or leave some sort of impression that Henry said that the cancellation was for Sunday, and that has never been yielded from the testimony.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at the rule. It says, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed unless it relates to the validity or terms of the declarant's will. I don't think that that's what this is. This is different because it does prove her intent to bring the money on Sunday. At best, this proves there's a miscommunication, at best. And it doesn't prove cancellation. It doesn't prove who knew what or believed what.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. We understand. And so we'll offer it for that, and we accept that the court will do a limiting instruction.
I think it could come in under this exception.
Will the court?
But I will instruct the jurors that exhibit number 2 is admitted just for the purpose, just for what was said and the response, and that's it. Like, I'm not saying this is going to prove a cancellation.
Or disprove a cancellation. Right. Okay.
We would ask, though, that I would just say that if we talk about, I think if the court talks about it in terms of whether or not it proves a cancellation, it might amount to a comment on the weight of the evidence. And so we would just, if there's a limiting instruction that this is offered and it for what it says it is, for the exhibit or whatever, I think that's fine. But if it's like you can, I'm not saying that you can consider cancellation or not cancellation or whatever. I think those specific facts would that's why we would just say we would ask for kind of a general limiting instruction rather than specifically about what it is to prove what's not.
Okay, so what do you suggest in general?
Well, I think the court's first. I mean, I know it's inartful because I haven't thought about it.
I would guess we propose something in writing, both sides.
Can we admit it now, because at this moment, we're not going to have anything to say about it. And then we can agree on a limiting instruction so there's no issue. If we both agree, there's not going to be a appellate issue. I just worry because we would have to object if, and we don't want to. So.
I think you guys can come up with something in writing that says it proves both parties' intent. I mean, it doesn't prove what they were each thinking. It's just their intent. Here's what it costs. Here's what's available, and I'll bring the money Sunday. I mean, it just proves intent.
Like, you may consider this for the purpose of showing the party's intent. Something like
The
that.
communication between both parties.
And the
that
communication
establishes
between
an
the
intent.
Okay, I can write something down.
Of each party, yeah. So I'll admit it. Go ahead and
Come up with the right.
the objection is to hearsay is overruled. I'm going to admit defense exhibit number 2. So go ahead and put it over there on the stack with the admitted.
Thank you.
Do we have all the jurors?
Yes, we do.
We do? Okay.
She just read.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm having a hard time connecting to the internet.
Yeah, she said she left the house at 7:30.
Oh, yeah.
She just got here.
I know, me too. Me too. Thank you. You may be seated. If you did not get stuck in the weather traffic, raise your hand. You did not? How did that happen? No. Well, it was pouring on the north side. I left my house at 7:30 and didn't get here till a little while ago. It was just bumper to bumper and water everywhere. And then you get on I-10 headed into downtown and it's like bone dry, right? All right, we are ready to get started for this morning. State, call your next witness, please.
State of Texas calls Mark Olivares to the stand.
Mr. Olivares was sworn yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Since the conference room was being used, yeah, the East County for 6 different witnesses.
Morning, everyone.
Mr. Olivares, you were previously sworn. You are living under the same oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Olivares, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Mark Olivares, O-L-I, V as in Victor, A-R-E-S.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a Master Texas Peace Officer, currently employed with Harlandale ISD Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Harlandale ISD Police Department?
Going on 12 and a half years.
And what are your job duties with that department?
I oversee emergency management and school safety.
And how long have you been in that role?
Approximately 3 and a half years.
And how long have you been a police officer?
25 and a half years.
And in your role as a police officer, do you have any duties associated with coordinating of security for Easter Sunday?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you explain to the jury what that role is and what that entails?
Yes, so I served as a security coordinator for Bexar County Parks for 4.5 years, from 2016 to 2021, beginning 21. What we did, we coordinated for special events, or I did coordinate for special events, mainly at Mission County Parks, the South Parks. And then I was tasked in April of 2019 to oversee all the county parks for Easter Sunday event.
How many county parks are there in Bexar County?
I would have to go back roughly, I believe there's 8. I got to go back and look at the list.
And do you know Ken McLamory?
Yes, sir.
And who's Ken?
Ken basically was my point of contact, my boss, who I referred to as overseeing all the events.
And so he's not your direct boss in the Harlandale Police
No, sir.
Department?
Totally independent, and this is totally completely away from any of my associations with Harlandale ISD. Is completely off-duty event.
Could you explain to the jury kind of the process of how you go about coordinating security for parks on Easter Sunday?
Okay, for a specific Easter Sunday or just
For
in
the Easter
general?
Sunday in 2019.
So on Easter Sunday, prior to that Easter Sunday event, let me go back a year before that. In 2018, Bexar County Parks had devised a pilot program, so to speak, to provide security services with off-duty officers, so that way nobody would have to hire their own officer at a pavilion or a Bexar County park. We would already have officers there, so the community can enjoy the park without having to pay for officers for that day. So we started a pilot program in 2018 with just the Mission County Parks area, which included Mission County Park 1 and 2 and the Hot Wheels Preservation Park. So that went very well, where we only had at least 4 officers on duty throughout the entire day. I was approached for the next Easter for 2019 to do the same, but talking with Ken, or actually communicating through email and text, they asked if I could cover all the Bexar County parks. And I was, first I conferred with him and said, look, let me talk to the officers and make sure I have enough officers to cover all the Bexar County parks, or coordinate with the other constable departments that have the different venues. And once that was completed and said, yes, we do have enough personnel to cover for those events, they coordinated with the Commissioner's Court. And because of other events that took place at Rodriguez Park, that was kind of a main concern, is with Rodriguez Park. They wanted to make sure that, everything ran smoothly, and that I would oversee each of those venues for that event for Easter Sunday.
Okay, so let's go back. In 2018, the pilot program dealt with the Mission Parks
Only, correct.
only, and that was to provide security for a very, very big event, which was Easter Sunday in
Correct.
San Antonio, Texas.
That is correct.
And that means that people could go to the parks and have a good time and not have to worry about paying for security?
That is correct.
And so who was paying for security?
The county was.
And how was the security paid? Was
The
it paid
county-
directly to the officers?
Directly to the officers, that is correct.
And so because that program was a success, Ken McLambery decided, let's do this again in 2019,
That is correct.
but expand the program.
Expand the program, that is
Okay.
correct.
And then were there documents associated with each officer in order to...
Yes, sir, there was time sheets that were,
Wait until you finish
oh,
the question.
sorry, apologize.
Were there documents associated with each officer in order to, for them to work?
Yes, sir. Each officer had to fill out a time sheet, and then we would receive the time sheets at the end of the shift and submit those to the county auditor.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And subject to yesterday's court rules, am I allowed to walk along the road? Thank you, Judge. So I'm approaching what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 69.
Yes, sir, this is correct.
What are those documents?
So it's a official W-9 for employment for the county of Bexar. And of course, there's going to be a timesheet attached to this, which oversees basically who's stationed at what location, along with the vendor attorney request form for the officer to fill out, and a official time card for that,
Okay.
for the evidence.
So for the jury's help, we're going to put it up on the projector. Jason, I don't believe this.
Oh, yeah. Just not ready to get started.
I know these things are hard to put back together, so. You got it? The document?
Can you go ahead with these sources?
Yeah.
I can.
Okay. Okay. So what do we show on the screen?
That is a W-9, official IRS W-9 form.
And then what do we see on the screen?
That is the official time card log for the officers for
And who-
Easter Sunday.
Who would fill this out?
The officer would, and then they would get verified with the park staff that's there on site. And then those would have to be turned in to me at the end of the day.
Okay. And what was the reason for that having to be turned into you?
That's just to make sure that each officer was at the location, and also during that day I drove to each location to ensure that operations were running accordingly, according to the plan.
So on your Easter Sunday, you drove to 8 different parks around the county?
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure it was-
I made each location. I made two visits, morning and the afternoon.
Okay. So kind of doing your rounds and then come back and do round 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then after this sheet is turned in, how does the officer get paid?
So once that's submitted, I turn everything into Ken, and then everything was forwarded to the Bexar County Auditor's Office. And shortly thereafter, a couple of weeks, the county's mailed out the checks.
Okay. Was there any money ever given to you directly?
No, and that's you cannot do that. Everything had to be done through the Bexar County Parks.
Why could you not do that?
It's against the Private Security Board. Texas, with the Private Security Act, you cannot accept monies to pay officers. So full-time employment under the Texas Security Board, you have to be a full-time employee, minimum work 32 hours, and receive benefits in order to basically provide security services. If not, you would have to be actually running through a security company.
Okay, so you never got any money directly to give
No,
out
sir.
to the officers?
No,
Okay.
sir.
And then, what's this last form right here?
That is a vendor application for the county of Bear, so you can actually become an actual vendor, of an employee for the county, so we can pay you directly.
Okay, so all these documents that we see, oh, and then the last document, which is actually the,
And that's an itinerary schedule of the officers for where they're going to be at the location for that Easter Sunday.
okay. And they have, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parks on here.
Yes, sir.
With yourself listed as the supervisor.
Correct. And I was a roving supervisor going to each park throughout the entire day.
And so each one of the parks has names listed to them, except when we get to Rodriguez Park.
Yes.
And so Rodriguez Park is located at, and as we see on the screen, 2060 Rodriguez Road. Is that here in San Antonio,
Yes, sir. That is correct.
in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
In Bexar County?
In Bexar County, just off of Highway 90.
And is that located in Precinct 2?
Yes, it is.
And at the time of Easter Sunday in 2019, who was the elected constable of Precinct 2?
I believe it's going to be Michelle Barrientes Vela. Correct.
And have you ever met with her personally?
I've never met that person in person.
Okay. Have you spoken with this person on the phone?
I did.
Okay. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But we notice on this document that there, as opposed to the other parts, there is no name listed. Instead, it says Officer Precinct 2
That
on
is
both those
correct.
officers. And why is that?
They refused to give me any list of officers for that event. And I guess you'll go in detail with the phone conversation once we get to that point.
And so, while you were attempting to coordinate security for each one of the 8 county parks so that residents didn't have to pay, so that a service could be provided by the county for people on Easter Sunday, what happened with regard to Precinct 2?
So in conversing with Mr. Montgomery, Ken, which is the Bexar County Parks Manager, the discussion was that we want to make sure we coordinated properly and that every park was overseen with the logistics to make sure that the officers were there placed. So in one of the emails that I received and also discussing with Ken, there was concerns about Rodriguez Park because of past history that they had.
Mr. Rowland.
There's concerns with Rodriguez Park, and she's the person that was managing Rodriguez Park. And we're talking about why was there not deputies assigned to that security given to them by the county?
Did you go to your previous motion to discuss?
We're going to sustain it at this point.
You want to redirect?
Correct. I'll re-ask you the question.
Okay, so, and with that, with the discussion there,
Hang on, I sustained the objection.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you have to wait for his next question.
Did you ever receive a phone call from Michelle Barrientes Vela?
I received a phone call, that's correct.
And what did she say in that phone call?
So I received a phone call, it was, I believe, on Tuesday, the week prior to Easter Sunday. It was from a private number. They did not display a phone number on the caller ID. And it was kind of a phone call that normally I don't receive, but it was kind of, how should I say, in layman's terms, very aggressive. When I answered the phone, she was basically, she didn't directly introduce herself. She says, hey, I don't know who you think you are coming to the park over here. I'm in charge of this park. And I'm like wondering, okay, who's this? First of all, she said, this is Constable Vela. I understand that you're going to coordinate, you're going to oversee the Easter Sunday event. And apparently, I acknowledged who she was. And I said, well, excuse me, ma'am, apparently I guess you got the email already from the county. Because the county was going to populate an email to all the rest of the precincts, let them know what was going to take place for Easter Sunday. And she said, you're not coming over here to this park. I said, ma'am, that's near here or there. The decision was done by the county, and apparently it's gone to Commissioner's Court for approval. So what needs to happen is, if you're going to have your deputies work, I need a list of the deputies, time frames they're going to work, and I need time cards at the end of the shift so we can turn them into the county. Because it's going to be a county-sponsored event. The Bexar County is actually going to pay for deputies to be out on the scene already at the location, so nobody has to pay for security for that Easter Sunday.
And what was her response to you requiring her to fill out the documentation to participate in the program?
She was not going to return anything to me. In fact, she abruptly hung up. She said, I'm going to call the county commissioner on this. And I said, that's fine, because the county is the one who actually contacted me on behalf of this situation. So she hung up. She did call later on in the afternoon. She said, I'm going to have deputies work, but I'm not going to turn my time cards into you. I'm going to turn them directly to the county auditor. I said, well, that's fine, but I need to know a list of deputies of who are going to work that day to ensure that we have coverage and adequate coverage at that facility. And so Wednesday, Thursday went on. I tried calling her back to her office several times. I got where, oh, she's busy, she doesn't have time right now, she's unavailable. And Friday, on that day before, because I knew business hours closed at 5 o'clock, I called 3 times to her office, and they said, oh, she's unavailable. And I said, look, I don't know who you are on this phone, but let her know it's Marco Olivares, and if she does not answer this phone right now, none of your deputies are going to work. I'm going to replace them with some of their officers out there, whether it be Park Police, Airport Police, San Antonio officers, they're going to get replaced regardless. And finally she came to the phone. She said, look, we're going to work, but I'm not turning in my time cards into you. I'm going to turn them into auditors directly. I said, okay, that's fine. And that's why I populated that itinerary there with Precinct 2 deputies listed on their time frames, but with no names on there.
Did you take that as an indication that she was opting out of the program?
No, I didn't take it as an indication.
What was the pay rate for the officers that were working on Easter Sunday from the county?
So standard pay rate throughout the year was 35, and I met with Mr. McGlamory and let him know, hey, because it's an Easter Sunday and this is a holiday, we probably need to bump up the pay a little bit, and it has to go through Commissioner's Court for approval, and we got it approved for $38 an hour for that day.
And did the Constable Michelle Barrientes Vela ever submit a document to you indicating who worked at that park?
Nothing at all.
to your knowledge, did the officers who worked Precinct 2 Rodriguez Park, did they ever get paid?
To my knowledge, I have no knowledge of that.
Council Administrator.
I want to make sure I address you properly. Are you a corporal or a detective?
Corporal.
Well, Corporal Levi's, my name is Nico Hood. I'm one of the lawyers that represent Ms. Vela.
Yes, sir. Good
Have you
morning.
ever testified before?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
About 4 times in my career.
So you understand cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you some questions.
Absolutely.
I talk fast. David's looking at me already. But if I talk too fast or you don't understand my question, will you please ask me to repeat it?
Sure.
Okay. So, Judge, at this time, under Rule 612 and 615, I request everything that this witness reviewed and also prepared in preparation for trial.
Officer, Corporal, is
It's
there
okay.
anything else that you reviewed prior to your testimony today?
No, just what's been present to me right now.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Oh, he did not.
Corporal, I'm handing you what's been marked as, or it's been introduced as State's Exhibit 62, 63, and 69. Are these the only documents you reviewed in preparation for trial?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you. Did you make a voluntary statement about this incident at some point?
When I met with the district attorney, yes.
And we'll talk about that. So since you mentioned that, how many times have you met with the district attorney's office about
Just
this?
once.
One time only?
Yes, sir.
How about in preparation for your testimony today?
Just that one time.
So you met with the DA's, just to be clear, I want to make sure, Corporal, you met with the DA's office just one time to make this voluntary statement, but not in preparation for trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you speak to him at least over the phone?
The only conversation I had on the phone is just be ready for trial, pre-trial.
Okay, so what does pre-trial mean?
So basically, we've been on hold. Actually, we've been on standby since about 1.5 years during COVID. When COVID hit, just to get ready to prepare for. I don't even know exactly what is being tried today as far as the case trial. What charges she's facing. So I have no idea on that.
Okay. So you talked about this program. I want to kind of bring your attention back to this Easter of 2019. Now, prior to that, you were working for Commissioner Sergio Rodriguez?
I was working not for him. I was working for Bexar County Park for Ken McGlamory.
And I know him. We call him Chico, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if I say Chico, you know who I'm talking about.
Yes.
And what did you do for Chico Rodriguez?
He basically contacted Ken McGlamory and said, "Hey, I'm looking for somebody to coordinate." Previously, before, I believe it was Roy Fletcher from the Bexar County Sheriff's Office who was coordinating for those events. Not just to include Mission County Park, but there's 2 civic centers that are involved, which would be Hartnell Civic Center and South San Civic Center.
So would it be a fair description if I were to say that you were suggested by Commissioner Rodriguez, by Chico?
That is correct.
To Ken? You didn't fill out an application.
No,
There
sir.
wasn't a.
That's right.
Okay. You didn't fill out an application for this position. You were suggested by a commissioner and who called Ken, and then Ken put you on the job.
That's correct.
Do you know if anybody else wanted the position you were in?
Not to my collection, no.
But nobody else had the opportunity.
Believe that somebody else did have an opportunity before, which, like I said, was Roy Fletcher from the Sheriff's Office. And I don't know if he just gave it up or anything. I have no information about.
And the benefit to you was that you get to choose any job or event you want to work, and you can work as often as you wanted to as well.
That is correct.
That was your compensation, correct?
Kind of, I would say a compensation, but kind of a benefit to the correct.
So if you wanted to work any event and every event in the county, technically under this agreement you had with the county, you could work any event you wanted.
That is correct.
Okay. And so you were instructed to, or you were tasked with organizing security for all the parks, not just Rodriguez Park, right?
That is correct.
And to be clear, Ken McGlamory is not your boss, because you said the word boss for your law enforcement position,
Correct.
but for this special assignment.
That is correct.
You agree that this special security agreement to the community just dealt with the security for the parks, right?
That is correct.
It didn't deal with the pavilions.
Well, the pavilions are in the parks. So anything that's attached to the park, that would be considered the facility itself.
I'm not
So-
saying if there was an event or something that happened in the pavilion, but what I'm saying is, you would agree with me that there's special rules for the pavilions in the parks.
Yes, so there would be rules, that is correct. Now, whether they be house rules or for the better sake of, if anybody's looking for like a county ordinance or anything like that to enforce, those are two different things that you got to consider.
Let me give you a term.
Okay.
Code of regulations, you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are the code of regulations?
So Code of Regulations is an adopted set of protocols or rules that have actually gone through the Commissioner's Court and have been, ruled on, saying that they're going to adopt that and actually made it to a local code for that event.
Exactly. And under the Code of Regulations, there was specific rules that dealt with the pavilions, and the officers and the law enforcement you were dealing with, that was something separate than what the Code of Regulations said the pavilions could control.
And that is correct. So as peace officers, when they're employed out there, they're basically there for preservation of peace, make sure no breach of the peace is happening. We cannot enforce house rules, so to speak. Basically, if a fight breaks out or anything, that's when the law enforcement official actually steps in
Yes,
to make sure that the event goes out without any.
I'm with you, no worry. And so under the pavilion rules, the Code of Regulations, if someone is drinking alcohol, correct? Or if somebody has more than 50 people in their event in the pavilion, there needed to be officers specifically for the pavilion aside from the park, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So that is correct.
And so you weren't worried, you were tasked to do the park, not the pavilions.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the day of the event, so we had boots on the ground, officers on the ground, to make sure they covered not only the park but the pavilions there as well, because what the county wanted is to make sure that nobody had to pay for any type of security for that event for Easter Sunday itself, just for Easter Sunday.
Well, do you think that Ken McGlamory had a different opinion of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, he had communication with him.
Hang on.
He's asking what Ken McGlamory think.
Well,
That is sustained. Speculation is sustained.
Ken McGlamory testified yesterday that there's something, that rules are different, okay? And so what he testified to this jury yesterday is that if someone wanted security for the pavilion because they drank or had more than 50 people, there was separate security. Do you agree with Ken McGlamory?
Objection, relevance.
No, it's impeachment.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So do you agree with Ken's testimony from yesterday?
Now, it all depends. And the
Well,
reason
hold
I
on,
say
let
that,
me make my question.
Guys.
Let me make my question clear. I'll hold on to it. If Ken McGlamory, not if, Ken McGlamory testified yesterday that the pavilions were not under this special one-time assignment for Easter. If Ken McGlamory testified that if you had alcohol in the pavilion or more than 50 people, would Ken be wrong?
he would not be wrong, but what I need to know, specific to your question, is when are you asking that question? Because the code had to be rewritten a few times during why I was overseeing the coordination of park security.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. What question, give me the time period that the DA was asking you questions about the park.
I was trying to remember exactly off the top of my head.
Okay, well, that's not a trick question. When they were directing you right now, what time frame are we talking about?
Easter Sunday,
Of what year?
2019.
Those are what my questions are about, okay?
Right.
So about Easter Sunday of 2019, if Ken McGlamory testified yesterday that if you were in the pavilion with alcohol, any alcohol, even one, or if you had more than 50 people, you needed separate security, would Ken McGlamory be wrong?
He would not be wrong at that point.
And so if somebody had those two code of regulation requirements, alcohol or more than 50 people, anybody that wanted to do those things, they can. They just have to go to whichever precinct constable was in control of that area, correct?
Or whoever was the coordinator, that's correct.
Right. And the constables for each precinct are the coordinators for the pavilions at the time.
Traditionally at the time, yes, correct.
Yeah, I'm just going to, Corporal, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep my questions to that time,
Sure,
okay?
okay.
At the time. So you talked about a conversation that when then Constable Vela heard about this, She called you, and I think your description, I want to make sure you said, in your opinion, she was very aggressive.
Correct.
And that's your opinion.
That is my opinion. That is totally correct.
And she was asking you questions. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I mean, you were coming in and you were taking over something that she had previously been responsible for. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
At least for the weekend.
Yes.
You were talking to her, you were trying to get a hold of her, there was a couple of conversations, I want to get to the point, but at some point, it was your opinion that she was not communicating back with you. Is that fair?
That is correct. That is fair.
And you spoke to somebody at her office,
Yes.
and your words were, I don't know who you are,
That is correct.
but if you don't get her on the phone, officers will be replaced.
That is correct. And that was on Friday.
That's direct language?
That is my direct language because
And-
I kept
hold
on getting the
let me-
runaround.
Corporal,
Yes,
give
sir.
me 1 second, please.
Yeah.
That's direct language?
That is direct, and that's the exact words I use.
Just answer my question, please. Okay. That's direct language
Yes, sir.
and arguably strong language.
Yes, sir.
If it was my opinion that that's aggressive language, that's just my opinion, right?
That is your opinion. That's correct.
And so you made your point as a supervisor. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Would you agree as a supervisor, sometimes supervisors have to make their point?
And that is true. If you're trying to actually get a hold of a person, especially if...
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
Cool. I said supervisors have to make their point sometimes, correct?
That is correct.
And sometimes you have to be direct.
You have to be direct,
Other people might think it's not nice.
depending on the person.
I agree. But other people might think it's not nice.
Correct.
But you still have to make your point.
You still have to make the point.
Okay. You also testified that for that weekend, that the county agreed to bump up the rates because it was a holiday weekend.
That is correct.
And as law enforcement, you're away from your family on a holiday as well, right?
That is correct.
And so everybody can make up their own mind on what's a fair compensation for that.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
And when Constable Vela called you before Easter, she notified you that the rate that they charge in Precinct 2 for holidays, not just Easter, was $50. Do you remember that?
No, I do not remember that.
With looking at
I
your
never talked.
voluntary
I
statement.
never talked about the compensation. I just talked about actually coordinating officers out for that facility.
And I'm going to object to any statement that's trying to get a statement from the defendant is hearsay.
Well,
What the defendant said.
Overruled.
Do you remember that statement I asked you about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The voluntary statement?
Yes, sir.
The statement that you said you met with the DA about?
Yes, sir.
Not the district attorney himself, but I mean the office, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember making a statement?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that I showed opposing counsel defense exhibit 4, Judge.
The record will certify.
Corporal, I'm handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit 4 for identification. Would you take a moment to look through that, please? Let me know when you're finished, please.
Okay.
about Rodriguez Park,
Yes,
okay?
okay.
But so the week before Easter Sunday weekend, the then constable called you and notified you, that's fine, but as long as you pay $50 an hour for our officers.
Yes, and that is correct. I do recall that now.
Okay. Did you review this statement before you testified today?
No, sir.
They didn't give it to you to
No,
review? So this number, this $50 an hour, this isn't something that was made up on Easter. You knew about it before.
Correct.
And that was just what they did at Precinct 2.
That's what they, correct.
And you agree that each constable had the right to set the fees for the pavilions for their deputies.
That is correct. I mean, they run their facilities, their area as how they deem necessary.
That's right. And that's how elections work. And so they answer to the citizens of Precinct 2 and they can get voted out, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. But now specifically, you checked up on Rodriguez Park.
I checked up on every part.
I understand. You went there, you told Constable Vela that she needed to have officers there by 7 a.m.
That's correct.
And when you showed up at the park at 11 a.m., the workers there had notified you that there had been officers there
That's
since 7
correct.
a.m.
I arrived at that park around 10:38 a.m. that morning.
But your statement said 11, right?
Yes,
You were
roughly,
just rounding
yeah.
up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you found out that the people that she assigned there had been there since 7.
Yes, sir.
And then something interesting, you took pictures of their vehicles, right?
Yeah, I took pictures to make sure of who actually was there because I had no idea who actually was going to be at the facility. So there was a couple of vehicles, there were a couple of Tahoes out there, and one blue Crown Victoria that I remember noticing actually on the park.
And how did you know those were the vehicles of the deputies working?
There were police vehicles.
Okay. And did you take pictures of vehicles at the other parks that you were at, the other 8 parks?
No, because there was no police vehicles present.
At the other parks?
Except for Precinct 4. Precinct 4 actually had police vehicles on site at Comanche Park. So like at McAllister Park, there was no police vehicles there because there were guys on bikes. They were riding bike patrol that day, so they didn't have a county. And plus, it was their personal vehicles because they were outside agencies.
Okay.
So the ones that did have police vehicles on site were probably because they were the constables from that area, which had their patrol
But
vehicles.
you didn't take their pictures though?
No.
Okay. And so you made your way around back to Rodriguez Park later on in the evening,
Yes, sir.
and everything was fine. There was no incidents.
To my report, no incidents at any of the facilities.
Pass the witness, Judge. Thank you, Corporal.
Briefly, Judge. So this service that was provided by the county of covering security for all the parks, was there some sort of public service announcement that was made to the county?
That I am not aware of. I don't know if the county did anything, whether it's on social media or anything like that. I am not aware of that. I'm not privy to that.
So on the Friday before Easter weekend, you received a phone call, or you had phone call communications with the defendant, Michelle Barrientes Vela. How many phone calls do you recall you had?
I want to say at least 3, a minimum of 3.
Do you recall when she called you back and said that she spoke to the court?
Yes.
What did she say when she said that she spoke to the court?
She said when she spoke to the court that she was going to be allowed to have her deputies work out there. The understanding was that still everything was going to be overseen by me for Easter Sunday. And I emphasized to her, well, I need to make sure that you turn in the time cards. And directly she told me, well, I'm going to turn in the time cards directly myself to the county auditor. So I never saw any type of paperwork or any itinerary, a list of deputies that were going to be working for Easter Sunday.
And during that phone conversation, did she ask you to pay that rate of $50 an hour in advance to her?
To the office. That's
To her
correct.
office?
To her office.
And is that something that you were able to do?
No, by all means, no. I don't run a security company. That's the whole thing. So this was a county-sponsored event. Each officer, whether they're a deputy or a park police officer or airport police officer, San Antonio, we're going to be paid directly by the county for their services for that day because they're independent contractors.
And approach the projector. And so we're up at the projector. I'm showing State's Exhibit 69. And again, we spoke about this form, and this form is the, what is it?
It's the official time card for that day of the event. So the officer would log in, the date, the time that he arrived, and then of course the park staff would verify that the officer was there.
And so in that phone conversation with the defendant, she attempted to tell you that she had special permission from the court to get paid in advance directly to her precinct for $50 an hour without ever submitting this form about who's working and how long they're working.
I can't answer directly to that question as far as what you're asking me. All I know is that, she was given specific instructions that this needs to be filled out, and the county was paying for the officers for the day of the event.
But in your conversation with her, did she request or demand
She requested.
that
She
the
requested.
$50 an hour be paid where?
Directly to her office. Come to her office and pay for the officers for the day of the event.
And at that point, you had no knowledge or any idea of who was working and how long people were working?
That is correct.
That's the witness.
So Corporal,
Yes, sir.
so let's clear this up. I mean, because Oscar asked a specific question. I think you corrected him, actually. She never said she had special permission. You agree with that?
I agree with that.
Because if she would have said that, that would have been a misstatement.
That's correct.
So she just said she requested it, correct?
She requested it. That's correct.
And you said on direct examination initially that it's a good idea not to pay people out in the field, right?
That is correct.
Because it looks bad. I mean, if a citizen there looking at another citizen hand money to its officer, we don't know what that's for, correct?
Well, traditionally, that's the way the system was designed, or not designed. That was previously how all the transactions were handled.
I get that. And so since that was done previously, correct?
Correct.
And you think that's a bad practice, would you agree that if somebody corrected that practice, that would be a good thing?
Yes, it would.
Pass the witness, Judge.
In that second phone call, she stated that she spoke to the court. Who do you think she was referring to?
Objection. Speculation?
That's the state of mind, Judge. That's his state of mind when he hears that
I
same
can say hearsay, Judge.
Sustained.
Who did you think, or what impression, when she said, I spoke to the court, what did you think that meant?
She called the commissioner's court, whether he's going to be the county judge or the respective commissioner for that precinct.
Pass the witness.
Corporal, thank you for your time. Thank you, Judge.
We're hoping to come here, you still remain under the rules, so you
Okay.
can't talk to anybody about this meeting. You can't watch the live stream.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
How many witnesses do you have here for the swearing?
No.
Right now, we have two. Sure, we may have more. that we can bring up.
Bring whoever you
As
have.
many?
signed it. It's exhibit 2. That's what I'm referring to as the stipulation.
Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you, you may be seated.
The state has called Jesus Reyes to the stand.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Reyes.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
Once.
Once. And how long ago was that?
Sometime last year.
Okay. So, let me have you talk a little bit about yourself. What's your occupation?
I'm a truck driver.
Who do you work for?
I work for FedEx.
How long have you been with FedEx?
18 years.
Now, we were expecting you yesterday.
Yes.
What happened?
Well, you have breakdowns, there's nothing you can do about that. Then we have to rest our 10 hours, so you run out of hours, you just gotta stay where you're at.
And so where did you break down?
Tyler, Texas.
And so how did you get here today?
Well, I got back, I got my own personal car. I drive for FedEx an 18-wheeler.
Okay, I see.
So I just caught a ride back with another driver.
Okay, so it's a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long 2 days.
Okay. So what area do you actually, without giving your address, where do you live?
I live on the southwest side of San Antonio.
And what precinct is that in?
Well, it's the Bexar County Precinct. I'm not sure the precinct though.
Is it where Rodriguez Park is?
Yes, it is about 2-3 miles from here.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that you live in precinct 2?
Yeah.
So how many minutes did you say it was away from the park?
I only live like maybe 7-8 minutes from the park.
Okay. Now, you're very familiar with Rodriguez Park?
Yes,
And why is that?
because I've rented that place since for the last 30 years.
And what do you mean by rented that place?
Well, since my daughter's first birthday, and she's 31, she had her first birthday there.
Okay, and what did you rent at?
The pavilion.
The pavilion?
Yes.
And that's at Rodriguez Park?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching the monitor, and I'd like you to turn around and look at the TV monitor, and I'm going to put on State's Exhibit 3, which has already been admitted as evidence. Does that look familiar?
Yes,
What is that?
that's Rodriguez County Park.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look at State's Exhibit 4. What is that?
That's the pavilion.
The pavilion that
Yes.
you rented?
Yes,
Okay. And what is that?
it's the same picture.
Okay, and I'm going to put, that would be State's Exhibit 5, and I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6. What is that a view of?
The pavilion and the, I guess there's a barbecue pit area on a smaller thing back on in the back part.
Okay, and it appears from the photograph to be pretty close.
Yes,
What would you guess?
I don't know, maybe,
Like, use car lengths, everybody can associate with a vehicle.
about maybe 8 or 10 car lengths from there.
Okay. So you talked about being familiar with Rodriguez Park and renting Pavilion 1. How did you go about renting the pavilion?
We call the number on the county parks phone number, and we just call, make a reservation for the day that you need it.
So you actually use a phone call instead of going online?
Well, I used to do it on phone call to make sure that everything went right. I've never done it online.
Okay, so you personally have never used the online?
No,
system?
I would just print out whatever was needed, like the permit or whatever.
Okay, so you said you go there, you get that same pavilion every year?
I've only rented the bigger pavilion, I want to say once. And the rest of the time, it's always been the smaller one.
And so you're talking about this pavilion one as being the smaller one?
Yes.
But I'm going to direct your attention to Easter Sunday.
Okay.
Is that something that you did every year?
Yes.
And what did you do for Easter Sunday at Rodriguez Park?
We just hang out with family.
And would you always get Pavilion 1?
Yes. I think I might have gotten the other pavilion one time.
So is Easter Sunday predominantly the time that you use the park?
For Easter Sunday, yes. The rest of the time was for birthday parties.
Oh, so you use the park throughout the year?
Oh yeah, when my kids were growing up. Lately they're already older, so I haven't been renting it no more.
Okay. And so when it comes to Easter Sunday, did you have a regular annual event there?
Yes.
And so when you scheduled for that event, how soon in advance would you make that reservation?
I think I made it a whole year in advance.
So you, as soon as the Easter Sunday is over with?
A couple of days later, so that way they wouldn't beat me to it the following year.
Okay, so I guess they're in high demand?
Well, that one is because it's a smaller pavilion.
I see. And you said like you did this for 30 years? Like,
Probably a little longer, but I started renting it out when my daughter's first birthday.
okay.
Yeah.
So do you remember Easter Sunday on April 21st of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would that Easter Sunday stand out in your mind?
Well, basically, when I get a phone call from family members so they were getting run off from the park.
So you had reserved Pavilion 1 and some of your family members?
Yes, they showed up before I did.
Sir, wait until she finishes the question.
Okay.
So they had arrived ahead of you
Yes.
and they knew where to go because it's what you did every year?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you know approximately what time of the morning this was that you received the call?
I want to say probably about 10:30.
And do you recall which family member called you?
Mando Reyes.
And how is he related to you?
He's my cousin.
And so, what was the concern about Pavilion 1 in the phone call?
Well, that they had shown up and that they were escorted off the pavilion because that I had canceled for that day.
And did they explain who escorted them out of the pavilion?
Bella.
They said her name?
Well, I found out her name when I got there.
I see.
Yes.
So, what did they do after they were escorted from the pavilion while you weren't there?
They parked in the parking lot and waited for me.
They waited for you?
Yes.
So when you received that call and you learned that there seemed to be a cancellation, what did you do?
I went over there to see what was going on.
And so when you got to the park, what happened?
I went straight to the park employee.
So you didn't confront anybody?
No.
Okay, so do you recall who that park employee was?
I can't quite remember his name. It might have been Eddie or something like that. Hispanic
Henry
guy.
sound familiar?
Huh? Henry? Yes, Henry. I think it was Henry.
So you approached Henry, and what did you tell Henry?
Well, told him that what was going on because I seen officers at the pavilion. He said that they had told him that I had canceled.
So when you looked over and saw Pavilion 1, you just said you saw officers there?
Yes.
How many officers did you see?
4, maybe 5.
And how did you know they were officers?
The Bexar County, they had their uniforms on.
And you're familiar with those uniforms?
Yes.
And with those uniforms, did they have a firearm on, a gun on their hip?
Oh yeah, they had their full uniform.
Were there police vehicles in the parking lot?
There was at least 2 or 3 that I recall.
And what were these 4 to 5 officers doing in Pavilion 1 when you...
Looks like they were setting up for celebrations.
So they weren't providing security, they were setting up for a party?
But not before I got there. It looks like they were setting up to celebrate Easter Sunday there.
And about what time would this be?
I think I pulled up there maybe about 10:45, right after the phone call.
Do you know any of those officers personally?
No.
So when you approached Henry to tell him that you had not canceled, what did he do?
He just told me, well, let me go talk to them, see what's going on, and he went over there. I didn't approach them either. I stayed behind a little bit. And basically, he just came back and told me that he was going to move them over to the smaller area you see back there. After that, I hadn't got my stuff, so I went back home.
Okay, so you went back home to get all of your things for the event?
Yes,
Because you now knew that you were going to get the pavilion?
Yes,
Okay. Did you see, could you hear the conversation between Henry and the officers?
Very little. I was a little bit further back.
Did you recognize any of those officers as Constable Vela?
Yes.
Was she the main person he was speaking with?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that you just pointed to the defendant.
Let the record so reflect.
So now you go home to get your things for the party. How long were you gone?
I want to say about another 45 minutes.
And then you did what?
I went back to the park.
Did you have family members with you in your vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And who were they?
My wife and my kids.
And how old were your kids at the time?
Well, my kids, they drove on their own car, but they were behind me. My daughter right now is 31, so she was 28, and my son is 23.
So when you made that reservation a year in advance, do you recall how many guests that you had anticipated and scheduled for?
The guests, as far as the guests, I know there's a 50 guest limit to that pavilion on that one, and more or less mine was from 30 to 40 people in my party.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 56. It's already been admitted in evidence. It's a park reservation log. And I'm going to show you the entry that reflects your reservation.
Yeah.
So let's follow this over. And is this you?
Yes, this is June.
And it says attendance count, and what is the number there?
Of 40.
So, and the date the reservation was made?
April 27, 2018.
So back on April 27th of 2018, you were anticipating 40 people?
Yes.
And do you always keep the number of guests?
It's always my same family that I invite over there.
Okay, and so what quantity is that?
That would be my kids, my grandkids, and just a couple of my mom, my dad.
And the total number of people would be?
About 35 to 40 people.
Okay. So on the TV monitor, my partner Oscar Salinas has just put that exhibit up and showing the entry in the log for the reservation. Can you point to that, Oscar, where his name is? And then go across, just so they can see. Thank you. So, do you generally have the, roughly the same number of guests attending every year?
Yes, because it's the same people that I invite every year over there.
Okay, and they're comprised of family and friends?
Yeah, no friends, just family.
Just family?
Yes.
And what type of makeup of this family? Are they children, adults?
No, it's adults and children. Yeah.
Okay, and what do you do on Easter Sunday when you arrive at the pavilion? What kind of activities do you have?
Well, we just the regular, just barbecue and Easter egg hunts for the kids and maybe a piñata or something, and just hang out with the family.
And do you play music?
Yes,
Do you have, well, it's Easter, so do you do any activities that are associated with Easter?
Well, yeah, like I said, the Easter hunt, and my cousin brings he's got some Easter bunny costumes and puts them on for pictures and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, and did that happen on this particular Easter?
It did, yes.
So generally, when you go to the pavilion to set up, do you have to do a bunch of preparation to like arrange all of the food and things like that?
No, that's done. Every family member takes a little bit, and we just, while barbecue, we all help each other barbecue there.
Okay. Do you have a scheduled time that you eat, or do you just, is it
No,
just,
they eat throughout the whole day.
You eat the whole day? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, you had said you've been doing this for many, many years. Have you ever had to pay for officer security when you rent this pavilion?
No.
No? Never in all those years, you never paid for security?
No.
In those years, has alcohol been present at the event
Yes.
for all those years?
Yes.
And how much alcohol would you describe?
I mean, it's whatever each person wants to take and drink. You
So
know.
it's kind of, they bring their own?
Yes,
Okay. And so when you called in for your reservations, were you given a list of the rules on what you can and can't do or what you need to do when you make a reservation?
They're on the website.
Okay, and so do you take the time to look through every single page and read all the rules every single year that you?
Not every single year.
Okay, and on this particular year, did you happen to look at the rules about contacting the precinct for security?
No.
And why did you not contact the precinct for security?
Because it's always been the same every year. I just call, make my reservation. Supposedly, if there's over 50 people and alcohol is going to be involved, you need security. That's what I understand.
So, having had the experience for 30 years in a row, you never had to get any kind of officer security.
No.
You've had alcohol present every year. And so when you go onto the website, it's kind of a routine, just a schedule or?
Like I said, I call over there,
Okay, and so, but you go on the website to get the form?
Yes, somehow you have to print out the reservation.
Okay, and so, so in your mind, when you went on April 21st of 2019, you did not need security?
No.
Were you aware of what the county commissioner's court or the county park system was going to do for security for all of Bexar County?
I'm not aware of that, what they do.
You weren't aware that they had a program where they would cover the costs for security officers?
That's what I understood after this happened.
Your Honor.
Okay.
So I object first to leading, and I object also because what his understanding was after it happened would be A, hearsay, and B, it's not even accurate based on the testimony of Kevin Glamour.
Sorry, the Amber Alert was going off in everyone's phone. I'll give them a chance to. Okay, I'm sorry. So objection to leading and then objection, what was the second one?
Well, the information that he just testified, he didn't know any of this when he was at the park, and it was information he learned later, which he could have only learned through years.
Overruled.
And I'm sorry, final objection was it was incorrect. The information is incorrect based on the testimony of Kevin Blair.
It's overruled.
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 58. I placed it on the monitor. Well, first, let me hand it to you. This is a little far away from you. I'm going to show you this document.
Okay.
Do you recognize it?
It's kind of like the reservation conditions that come up that I've seen online.
Okay.
When-
Can you flip through each page and sort of look at that? Keep going. This all seems somewhat familiar?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to place page number 4 of this exhibit on the television monitor. Now, the handwriting here that I'm pointing to that's been added in regular handwriting to the text, that is not something that we'd anticipate that you would have seen. However, I want to direct your attention to the text that is in the document, and it says, where it says attention, if you could just, can you read that from here? Well, you can step down if you need to.
Where it says attention?
Yes, right.
Okay, it says all Bexar County Parks reservations require that you call and make contact with the Bexar County Constable's office immediately before or after making the reservation. They will notify you if the event requires an officer on duty during the function. If required, that would be additional cost at the time of your event.
Thank you. So according to this rule, what do you think it means?
Well, when you call, make a reservation, you give them the amount of people that are going to be there. That's when they tell you if you're going to need security or not. That's when I call, that's when they told me you won't require security.
So when you called Bexar County Parks?
Yes.
So they actually told you that you didn't need security?
No.
So if there was that provision in the rules that you're supposed to contact the Bexar County Constable's office, would you comply with that?
I just call them, and that's where I called to ask them.
So you called the constable's office?
No, I didn't call the constable's office.
Okay, well that's what that says. It says to contact the Bexar County Constable's office when you make a reservation.
Yes, that's if she said you're going to have over 50 people so you can communicate with the security.
Okay, so it's your belief and understanding that you didn't need to contact the constable's
Because
office?
I didn't need security, I wasn't over the limit of 50 people.
Have you ever heard the rule about if you have any alcohol, then you must have security?
There's always been alcohol allowed in that park. It's a county park. As long as it's not in glass containers.
So you did not know that if you had alcohol being served in a pavilion, a paid pavilion, that you needed security?
No.
In all those years, you never?
No.
And you never have been required to do that?
No, never.
So let's go back to what happened that day when you arrived, and how long had you been set up and enjoying your event when something stopped that event?
I wasn't even set up yet. I was barely off my truck.
So you hadn't even really gotten it set up?
No.
And what happened when
That's when Ms. Vela and her officers came towards me.
So it was Constable Bella and how many other officers?
There was 3 more.
3 more, so
Yes.
4 officers.
4 the officers, yes.
So, and they're all uniformed officers?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when they were approaching you?
Relevance.
What is the relevance?
When he was out at the park, he was perceiving a threat, he was intimidated?
No, ma'am, he hasn't said that, so that is sustained. Don't do that again.
Call the bell again. So, did you see any reason why law enforcement officers should be approaching you?
No, I didn't.
So, when they approached you, what was said, and who was talking?
I was talking to Ms. Vela at the beginning.
So, Constable Bella approached you and she began talking to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
Well, she told me that she had seen one of my cousins that was there that had an alcohol can in his hand, and that I needed security for that. I said it's never been required, throughout the whole years that I've been renting this place, for me to have security. All the people are drinking here. The whole park is drinking here. And basically she told me I had to pay up in order if I want to stay there.
And how did she say that to you about paying?
Basically she wanted to charge me security by the hour.
And what price was that?
You rent the park from 10 to 10 at night, which is 12 hours. She wanted $50 an hour for 12 hours, which is $600.
And she spelled that out for you?
And she told me that.
And what was your response?
I wasn't going to pay $600.
So, how did you resolve the issue?
She started talking to another officer, which I recall, I think his last name is Ortiz, that how can we resolve it? And he was the one that said that he would start charging me at noon, since it was already going to be 11 by the time I went and got money out of the money machine and came back. So he would charge me whatever I could bring him. So I brought him $300, which is all I could afford, which got me till 6 o'clock.
And then they tell you what would happen at 6 o'clock?
They basically said whatever, the time runs out at 6 o'clock. That's what you paid us for.
So what did that mean to you, that the time runs out?
Well, it's either 6 o'clock, pack it up and leave, or fork over more money,
At any time, did they suggest that if there was no alcohol present, you didn't need security?
No,
That option wasn't provided?
no.
Did they explain to you that that was the reason why you had to have security? It was because alcohol was present?
That's what she made it sound like, yes.
So when she was talking to you, what was going through your mind as far as your choices?
I didn't have no choices. My family was already there. I wasn't going to let all my family go home. And I'll be able to enjoy their Sunday, Easter Sunday.
So were the children there?
Yes.
And how many do you recall?
At that time of the morning, probably maybe 5 or 6, then a little bit more in the evening.
How many were you anticipating still to arrive?
Well, it's, like I said, it was my cousin, me, my wife. There was probably about 10 to 12 there at that time, and then after that, more people showed up, throughout the day.
So you're having a conversation about how much money you can afford, how many hours you can stay there. What were you considering that you may have to cancel Easter?
No, I wasn't going to do that, so I went and got it, whatever I could afford out of the money machine to give to them so they could leave me alone.
Did you? And you mentioned you didn't feel like you had a choice.
No, because she told me it's better in my interest to pay up the money. Those were her words.
Say that again?
It was in my best interest to pay up the money.
What did you think that meant?
Pay up the money, or I didn't want to go any further than that, so I just told my wife, let's go get money, give them whatever we can afford, and just go on about our business.
So you're having this conversation and she's in uniform with other officers present. Did you feel intimidated?
Yeah.
And describe that.
There's no reason for 4 hours just to come up on you with your family, She could have come and talked to me about it by herself instead of bringing her whole entourage.
And did you have, how many family members did you have there by that time?
Like I said, there was probably about maybe 12 or 14 of us there. Me and my daughter and my son and their kids and my wife and 2 of my cousins that were already there.
Did this upset you?
Yeah, I did a little, but I just went about the day,
I'm sorry?
A little bit, but I just went on about the day.
You went on about the
yes.
day? So when you decided that you would pay the money, what did you have to do?
I didn't have it on me, so I had to go to the store and get it out of the ATM.
So you had to leave the park?
Yes, I did.
How long did it take you to leave and then return?
Maybe about 10 minutes. I went on the street to Military Drive, just got it out of the Bolero.
So when you brought back the money, how much was it again?
I was going to give her $300.
When you returned with the money and it was cash,
Yes.
what did you do?
I went up to her and took it to her. She told me to give it to her, Officer Ortiz.
Was this the officer that was going to cover security for you? Or was it a different officer?
Supposedly, I don't know who was going to cover security because they were there and they were there at the pavilion.
Oh, so the one who provided security to you hadn't arrived yet?
Well, they were there, but they were running around the park. Nobody actually stayed there with us.
Okay, so let's slow down then. So you said that Constable Vela came up with 3 or 4 other officers.
Yes, 3 minutes.
Three officers, so 4 officers there. Where were they before she approached you?
They had got moved over to the other smaller little pavilion that's there.
So for purposes, that's referred to as Kitchen 1.
Yes,
So the 4 officers were at Kitchen 1.
yes.
They weren't out providing security throughout the park?
No, they moved over their stuff and they were starting to set up over there at the Kitchen 1.
So they're actually having an event?
Yes, they were going to have some kind of an event, yes.
And when you say set up, what were they setting up?
Well, whatever they took from pavilion we're all supposed to be at, they were already setting up there.
So like food and drinks?
Yes,
Okay. So they were actually not working security at that time?
Not at that time. There was the very many people there at the park yet. It was early in the morning.
How many other people were with these 4 officers at that?
I don't recall. I think I saw a couple of more people there with them, but I don't recall how many of them.
Did it look like a big group or was it still a small group?
It was still a small group.
Did she mention anything to you when she approached you and discussed further about the alcohol?
No.
So how much did you pay for the pavilion?
I recall the pavilion is only like $60 or $70. That's all it is.
And now you're paying $300 on top of that.
Yes.
So did eventually someone show up to actually provide security for Pavilion 1 for you and your family?
No, they were out in the parking lot.
The parking lot?
That's normally where, as many years as I've been there, that's normally where they always used to park. They just park in the parking lot and look around what's going on.
So do they stand outside of their vehicle or do they sit inside?
They sit inside the vehicle.
So when they provide security, they sit inside their, and is it a police vehicle?
Yes.
How close are they sitting to the pavilion with their vehicle? Is it like right next to it?
No, no, no. It's in the middle of the parking lot. I want to say maybe 300-400 feet from the pavilion.
So they're providing security, but they're not at the pavilion?
They're not at the pavilion, no.
And this particular day, were they ever at the pavilion?
No, they just kept driving around.
So we noticed how close Kitchen 1 is to Pavilion 1. Were you able to observe the activities in Kitchen 1?
I didn't even look over there. I wasn't going to be.
Did you, during the course of the 6 hours that you were there, did you notice where Constable Vela stayed?
No, I didn't really care.
So as your 6 hours finished, what occurred?
That's when Officer Ortiz went back and said my time was up.
And what did that mean for you and your family?
Well, like he said, either pack it up or we need more money.
So let's talk about the money. You said you gave it to the one?
Ortiz.
Ortiz?
Yeah, I want to say his name. It might be Joe Ortiz or Jose Ortiz, something like that.
Okay. Did they give you a receipt?
Yes, they did.
What kind, can you describe?
It was just a regular receipt that you buy at the store, like a little booklet type receipt.
Did you have to fill out any other paperwork?
No, that was it. That's all he gave me when I gave him the cash.
So you never filled out a document called a security agreement?
Nothing.
So at the end of the 6 hours, did you pack up?
I had, yes.
And did you call the police?
I did not call the police. Somebody else called the police. I don't know.
Who called the police?
Don't know.
So the police being who?
I think it was, might have been, I want to say it might have been SAPD who was outside the park.
Okay.
They never went in the park.
Okay, so was it one of your family members or one within your family that called the police?
I want to say it was one of my cousins that called the police. One of the ones that got run off in the morning.
Okay, so how was it that you learned that the police were there?
There's only one way into the park, one way out. When we started to pack up and leave, they actually waited for us at the gate because they said they had heard that there might be retaliation about us calling the police.
Okay, so they never...
Object to that statement, because A, it's hearsay, B, it's completely irrelevant. C,
Say does it hearsay?
we have an instruction disregard.
Excuse me, I was drinking water and it went down the wrong.
Sorry.
Jury is instructed to disregard that last comment by the witness.
And we move for strong.
Denied.
So when you left the park, did you make contact with these law enforcement officers?
Yes, we did.
How many law enforcement officers were there?
I want to say it was 2 officers, 2 different units that were outside.
And when you mean unit, what do you mean?
Cars.
Cars.
Yes.
So they each came in a different vehicle?
Yes,
And they're in official police vehicles?
Yes, uniform.
And they were in uniform?
Yes, they were.
So you said we. Did somebody else go with you?
My wife, my kids were all leaving at the same time, you know.
Okay, so you approached those 2 officers?
Yes, When we were going out, they actually saw us coming out and they came on and to the middle of the road when we were leaving to make sure everything was all right.
And so did they specifically know to ask for you?
Yes, well, when they were at the gate, when we went out the gate, my cousin had got on in front of me. And he talked to one of the officers and said we were already leaving. So that's why he knew what truck I was in. I was behind my cousin.
And so who told you to meet with the officers?
I didn't know I was going to meet with officers
Okay, so how...
till we got out the gate.
Okay, and when you got out of the gate, how did that go?
That's what I said. That's when my cousin pulled over and he got off. He told me to talk to the officers to make a kind of like a police report of what had happened.
Okay, and did you approach those officers?
Yes, we did.
And did they talk to you about what had occurred that day?
They just asked me what had happened throughout the day and all that, and they noted everything down, that, what I had paid and all that for the security.
And was there any indication what would happen with that report?
No, I didn't know what was going to happen. Like I said, I didn't even know I was going to meet with officers out there.
Did you ask them to do anything with that report?
No.
So you didn't ask for charges to be filed?
No, never.
Okay. And how long did that take, your encounter with these officers?
It was right after we left the park, a minute or 2 minutes. By the time you get out the gate and out to over the creek, there's a creek there, and they were on the other side of the creek.
So how long did you talk to them?
I just made the quick report of what happened, maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then after that, what did you do?
We just went home.
Your normal practice after an Easter Sunday would be the following week to get online and make a reservation. Did you do that after this Easter Sunday?
No.
Staying?
And I think the witness may have answered.
Yes, jurors, if you will disregard that answer. Mr. Reyes, if you see one of the attorneys stand up and say objection, you have to wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have you ever returned to Rodriguez Park for Easter Sunday?
No.
We just went through this whole exercise. Sustained. If he says objection, you don't answer. You wait, Mr. Reyes. Same question. Sustained. Disregard the answer, jurors.
After your experience on that particular Easter Sunday, what were your feelings towards the park?
Object to relevance about the
Sustained.
part.
So after Easter Sunday, did you have an occasion to visit Precinct 2 regarding what had occurred on Easter Sunday?
No.
Did you call the precinct?
I called to ask why I had been charged for security.
Do you have a recollection of who you may have spoken to?
It was just the people that I'm sure up front, maybe personnel or something.
Okay, and when you called and asked why you were charged for security, did they explain why?
No.
Did you ask to speak to anybody in particular?
And they told me they would call me back and never heard from them.
At any time later, did anybody in law enforcement with the precinct try to follow up on the incident?
No.
There was media attention on this incident. Did you call the media?
Nope.
Did the media call you?
Yes.
And what did you do when they called you?
Nah, I just told them I didn't feel like talking about it. That I hadn't pressed charges and there was nothing I was going to say.
And after all that, did you feel the matter was closed?
I thought it was.
And why has that changed?
Well,
Here today?
yeah.
Okay, all right. Did anything else happen related to this?
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination? Mr. Reyes, my name is Jason Goss. I represent Michelle.
Yes.
And I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
I kind of want to start back where you started, where your direct examination started. And just get a few facts down. Just want to make sure I got the timing right. So, you said that your reservation on that Easter. I guess let me tell you this first. If I want to talk about a different Easter Sunday than the one we've been talking about in 2019, I'll let you know. But otherwise, you can assume we're just talking about that day.
Okay.
All right. So on that Easter Sunday, I think you said your reservation was, that you had made the year before was from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And if I can get it right, the people from your party started arriving at the pavilion before you did
Yes.
that day. And I think that you said about 10:30 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. So there was nobody from your party in that pavilion at 10 a.m.
No, not from my part.
Okay. And so somebody who looked at that pavilion at 10 a.m. would see an empty pavilion at 10 a.m. And then people started arriving at 10:30.
Objection, Your Honor, he wasn't even there, that would call for speculation.
You testify to that, Mrs. Cross, overruled?
You see what I mean? Like, basically, the Jesus Reyes party was not there at 10:30.
It's a reservation from 10 to 10 though.
I understand. I'm just trying to establish that. So, but you would agree that it was at 10, but the party didn't start coming, the Jesus Reyes, Mr. Reyes party didn't start coming until 10:30.
Okay.
Right, okay. And there was a little confusion because I think that, and we've seen your statement that you made before. You talked about the statement you made to law enforcement. We'll talk a little more about it. But right now you're talking about 30 years you've been going back and forth. I mean, you've been using Rodriguez Park for different events, maybe
Yes.
birthdays or whatever. I guess specific to Easter Sunday, what I understood is it's been about 15 years that you've been, before that date, that you've been using it specifically for Easter Sunday. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said Pavilion 1, the one that you rented, that is, I guess of those 15 years, 14 of those years you would have rented Pavilion 1, and I think you said one of the years you rented the bigger Pavilion 2.
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like you what you said was that you made sure that you looked at the rules and regulations. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the state when the prosecution, when they were asking you, you said, yeah, it's on their website. So you knew that those rules existed.
Yes.
And you read those rules.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got a call from your cousin, I think you said your cousin Mondo.
Yes.
When you got a call from Mondo, and you talked about my cousin, I kind of want to know, you said that you had a cousin that was drinking alcohol in the park. Was that Mondo?
Supposedly he had an alcohol and beverage in his hand. I never saw it when I got there.
Right, but you agreed that happened because that's what happens every year at your Easter celebration.
Oh yeah, we all have a drink, yes.
Yes, and y'all had, so those 15 years before that, you said that every time you come, your party's usually about 35 to 40, and alcohol has been consumed.
Yes,
Okay. And so I guess Mondo was presumably had a beer in his hand. We're talking about the same person. And then was it Mondo that called the police at the end?
I don't know who called the police. I didn't know until we went out the gate that the police were waiting for us outside.
Well, I guess you had a cousin that said, hey, come here, give this statement.
Well, when we were leaving, I guess he had called the police.
Okay.
But there was more, like I said, there was more people there. I don't know who called the police.
Okay, but you know that you did have a cousin that called the police. I'm just asking, was that Mondo as well?
I want to say it was Mondo. I don't know if it was Mondo.
That's okay. And I won't hold you to it. I'm just in my mind, I'm just trying to keep straight who the people are. So one of the things that Mr. Reyes, I'm showing you what's been marked as defense 5. And one of the things that you said on direct examination was that you would print out the reservation, things that you needed to print out after you had made the reservation.
Yes.
Is that right? And so looking at defendants 5, is that a copy of what you would have printed out showing that that's your reservation and when it was for that Easter Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. Defense offers defense 5.
No objection. State 5, is that right there?
I'm sorry, it's defendants 5, Jim.
I'm sorry. Defense 5, is that it?
May I publish?
Yes.
So, what we're looking at on defendants 5, Mr. Reyes, you would agree that this is it says, please print this reservation confirmation for your records, right?
Yes.
And that's something that you would do. That's just, and that was kind of your practice every year when you were at the park. And on the top, you agree that it says all questions concerning security for your event should be directed to Susan Tristan. So, and that phone number is up there on the top. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you call Susan Tristan?
No, I didn't, because I didn't need security.
Okay, I understand. But you agree that you had this, but you didn't call Susan Tristan?
No, I didn't call.
All right. Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 58. And this is, let's see if we can even that up. Now, this is what you talked about with the prosecutor. So I want to go back to that paragraph. So this is on the rules and regulations. And it says attention. And you agree that it says attention in kind of bold and capital letters. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
And sometimes if you nod your head or say, I'll just have to ask you to verbalize it because the court reporter's writing it down. Okay, so it says attention. All Bexar County Park reservations require that you call and make contact with the Bexar County Constable's office immediately before or after making the reservation. They will notify you if your event requires an officer on duty during the function. If required, that would be an additional cost at the time of your event. Okay, do you agree that I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so you agree that what this paragraph is saying is that you have to call the Bexar County Constable's office to ask them about whether or not you need security. You agree that that's what that's saying?
That's what it says on there, yes.
Right.
But I asked what the requirements are for the amount of people that are there, and it's been the same. It's never changed.
Right. Your understanding of it has been one way.
Yes.
But it's clear in black and white what the rules are.
Yes.
And it doesn't say, hey, if you understand that you don't need security, don't worry about calling. It says no matter what, you're required to call the constable's office before you have your event.
Yes.
Right? And you did not.
No, I didn't call it.
And on the same page, it actually, for Rodriguez Park, it tells you who you have to contact, Susan Tristan, right?
Yes.
And you said you didn't call that down.
I talked to them when I made my reservation. She told me I didn't need to worry about security.
What I'm saying is Susan Tristan is the constable's office.
Well, I don't know. Whoever I made the reservation with.
Okay, so you make the reservation with Bexar County Park.
Yes.
Okay. But what this tells you is that you don't call, it doesn't say call Bexar County Parks and ask them about it. It says call the constable's office,
Okay.
right? And you did not do
No.
that. Okay. This line down here, failure to make contact with them can result in cancellation of your event. And you understand that to mean that if you don't call them, they can cancel your whole event.
I wasn't aware of that.
I understand, but you did read the terms and conditions.
Yeah.
And these are the terms and conditions.
Yes.
Okay. And so here's what I'm saying about that, Mr. Reyes. If you're saying you're not aware of it, I take you at your word. But you understand now that that was the rule, right?
I guess so. If that's what's been there every year, yes.
Right. And I will tell you that they testified that this was the rules and regulations in effect Easter 2019 and before.
I've never called before the sheriff's department either. So This has been, the same routine has been done every year.
I understand.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is that you would agree that based upon what we've read, that because you didn't call, and you never called, but because you didn't call, whether or not it was intentional on your part, you had violated the rules by not calling the constable's office. Right?
I guess, I mean, if it's on there, yeah.
Right. And so you may not have known that you were violating the rules, but you were violating the rules. And now you can see that, yeah, I didn't call the constable's office like it tells me. And it also says that if I don't, they can cancel me. They can completely cancel my event. And you haven't ever done that for the last 15 years.
No, never done it.
Okay. So let's talk about that. The day of Easter 2019, what they told you was it was going to be $50 an hour for security, right? And you had rented the pavilion for 12 hours.
12 hours.
Okay. So that's $600. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you also said that for the previous 15 years, you've gone to the park, you've rented a pavilion, and in that pavilion, you and your family have consumed alcohol that you brought there.
Yes.
Correct? And you've never before paid security.
No.
So for the last 15 years, you have not had to pay $600 a year that everybody else who rents the pavilion and follows these rules would have to pay.
No, I never paid.
You never paid, but anybody else who follows these rules, because the rules say it doesn't matter how many people you have, if you're drinking alcohol, you have to pay for security. Did you know that?
No.
Okay, that's what the rules are. And that's why they want you to call the constable's office so that can be explained. So that just wasn't explained to you, and you didn't know that.
Okay.
Honest mistake. But now, think back to now when you're being approached by the constable, it's because you didn't follow the rules. You just didn't know that you weren't following the rules, right?
I guess so.
And you agree that if you're not following the rules, it's her job to make you follow the rules or to enforce these rules that are in place.
I guess, I don't know.
But would you agree with that?
Well, if it's on there, yeah, I guess so.
And that's the rules that she has to enforce, that she's responsible for the park, and she has to enforce those rules.
Okay.
Right? And so what seemed to you like somebody just coming up and doing something you've never known before, now you understand. All she was doing was trying to enforce this rule that's in black and white, that you weren't following. Right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, does that look different now? The whole situation look different now that you know this?
But I would have been told this by the office when I called.
Well, what I'm saying is that all of this situation now about you having to pay for security at the spot, does that look different to you now that you understand that you were in violation of the policy?
I guess so, because like I said, I've never paid before, so.
Right, and like I said, I am not here to say you were trying to violate the policy.
Okay.
I'm here to say I can accept you were making an honest mistake about it. But when she comes up, she doesn't know what your intentions are, right? She doesn't know you. But she does know that you were in violation because you either didn't call the precinct or you called them and told them that you weren't having alcohol. That's the only two options that it could be if you're drinking alcohol out there without security, right?
The whole park consumes alcohol. There's alcohol allowed in that park.
Yeah, and so that was another thing, and Mr. McGlamery was here yesterday, and one of the things he said is it's just for the pavilion, right? So under the pavilion...
I'm going to have to exclude Mr. Ross testifying.
Well, I just want to set up the question with him getting this knowledge that you didn't
Already
have.
sustained.
Yes. So your response was other people drink alcohol in the park, but that is drinking alcohol not underneath the pavilions. Okay? Now you had been drinking for the last 15 years. I'm not just saying you drinking, but you have family gathering, people are drinking. For the last 15 years under the pavilion without security, right?
Okay, yes.
So you would have saved probably $7,000 that you would have had to pay in security costs if you had been paying for the security every year up to that last year, up to the 15th year, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Right, that was like $7,000 you didn't have to pay in security because even though now you know it was required, you're telling the jury that you did not ever pay for
No,
it.
I never paid security. Security, like I said, it's over 50 people. That's what's...
That was your understanding. But now you know the actual policy is it's over 50 people or consuming alcohol.
Okay.
And you just didn't know that before.
Okay.
And so you got the benefit because before this point, nobody had ever enforced that rule against you, right? Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yeah.
But this time, she saw you because she was standing there. She saw somebody in your party drinking alcohol, and you agree that you guys were drinking alcohol there. You admit that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So what looked to you at the time that she was coming and throwing her weight around, in fact, she was enforcing the rules that you didn't know you were breaking. Right?
I guess so, yeah.
Right. Now, I want to talk about the misunderstanding that was going on earlier. Now, you said at 10:30. I'm going to go sit back down, but I'll still have some questions for you. Thank you, sir. At 10:30, you said you got a call from Mondo. And I'm sorry, call Mondo, I don't know his last name, but is it okay if I call your cousin Mondo?
Yeah.
That's the name. Thank you. So you got a call from Mondo, and he's like, hey, we tried to come onto the pavilion that we come on every year, and there's already people there, and they're saying that we can't be in this pavilion. Is that fair?
Yes.
And now, and they said that we canceled or something. And so, where you were, I guess you were still getting ready to come out there.
Yes, I was still at the house.
Okay. But you got out there at about 10:45, because I guess you live pretty close to the
Yes.
park. Okay. And so, sorry, my mouth is dry. So, when you got out to the park, you said it was about 10:45. Is that?
Yes, somewhere around there. Yes.
All right. So your party starts arriving at 10:30, and you get there at 10:45, and you said you went straight to who you know as Henry.
Yes, I think he's the park employee.
And then you said Henry went over and talked to them,
Yes.
and then Henry came back to you and said, I'm going to move them over to the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay. At the time where you were standing there, nobody was yelling or screaming or fighting with each other about
No,
this
no.
issue. And they peacefully took their stuff over to the other
Yes.
side. Got it. And had you met Henry before, or had you seen him in the park before?
Well, I never met him personally, but there's different employees.
Sure.
Yeah.
So how did you know, I guess because you got there and you're looking around for somebody, how did you know that this person, Henry, worked with?
They have a little maintenance shop right there as you come in the park to the left side.
Understood. So you were like, I know that that's
That's like a little office, yes.
understood. So you went to Henry, he went to them, they moved over. And I guess that happened pretty quickly from 10:45. That would be maybe till 11 o'clock?
Yes, something like that.
Okay. So really, that whole situation took from, I guess the inconvenience took from 10:30 to 10:45 while your family had to wait in the parking lot, I guess is what you said.
Yes.
And then you came in, it got straightened out, and everybody was moved, and you guys started moving in by 11.
Yes.
And so with Henry, and Your Honor, at this time with Defendant's Exhibit 2, I plan to talk about it, so I think it's the appropriate time to read that.
Let me see you guys about this. Let me see this. Gentlemen of the jury, yesterday there was an exhibit at the end of the day that I excluded. It was Defense Exhibit 2. This morning we had a hearing outside your presence. We admitted Defense Exhibit 2, but I'm going to read you an instruction that applies to that exhibit. So Defense Exhibit 2 is admitted pursuant to the previous hearing we had. Limiting instruction with regards to Defense Exhibit 2, I have Admitted, Defense Exhibit 2. You may consider this document only for the purpose of determining the intent of the parties or to determine what was communicated between the parties. And it's signed by both the state and the defense, and I will also sign off on it. You may proceed.
Thank you. You're on that first, too. Mr. Reyes, I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been admitted. Okay. On Defense Exhibit 2, I'd just like to point out first, 4/19/2019. So I know I saw you reading your reservation with the prosecutor.
Yes.
And so you know that in 2019, that Easter Sunday was 4/21 of 2019, right? Because that was the date of your reservation. Or was that-
The reservation was made 2018.
Sure. But the day you were actually going to be at the park
Yes,
was going to be 4/21/2019.
Whichever Easter Sunday day falls in, which I don't know, whichever day that was.
Yeah, and that's why. Because I know that you don't want to answer unless you know for sure, so I just want to show you.
It's been 3 years, so I don't exactly know what day it was.
Sure. So this is State's Exhibit 56. And there's a tab here. It's not just, do you mind if I get up here with you? Thank you. There's a tab here, so I guess Easter Sunday family gathering. And you agree that, I guess, line 24283, it says Jesus Reyes Jr., and that's you.
Yes.
Easter Sunday family gathering.
Okay.
4/21/2019.
Okay.
So you would agree that that's the date?
That's the date, yes, sir.
So 4/21 of 2019 would have been a Sunday because Easter Sunday.
Yes.
So 4/20 of 2019 would have been Saturday, the day before. Do you agree with that? And 4/19 of 2019 would have been Friday. Do you agree with that?
I guess, yes.
Okay. So, in this exhibit, hi Bella, this is Henry, Rodriguez Park Foreman, county phone. It says pavilion number 1, $60.20. Kitchen number 1, $46.87. Total for both, $107.13. Thank you, have a good evening. And on this side, okay, I will have the money for you on Sunday. I'll be there by 7 a.m. I'm also working, I'll also work too. Thank you. Okay, so I know that these aren't your text messages, but in this exhibit, you can see from 4/19 of 2019, and what I want to point out is you would agree that the pavilion that you had rented was pavilion number 1. Is that right?
Yes, Pavilion 1.
It's pavilion 1. But this is Henry. Just reading from what it's reading, he is quoting pavilion 1. Do you see that?
I see what he's quoting, yes.
And he's talking, who does it say hi to?
Bella.
And so, and then she says she'll have the money for him on Sunday for that pavilion. So, when we go back to thinking about what happened at 10:30 in the morning on Easter Sunday, did you know at the time that Henry had quoted Bella, your pavilion?
No, that I didn't know.
Right. So the mistake, if it was a mistake, does that change the way that you feel about that interaction? Because at the time you believed she is just coming over trying to kick your family out. But now you can see that there was a communication to her that your pavilion was available.
But yeah, but I didn't see this that day.
No, it's only one attorney. Have a seat. It's one attorney. It's Don objected. I want to hear Don's objection.
Your Honor, you gave a limiting instruction on how this could proceed. The right side of the column where it purports to be purports to be Vela stating that she's implying that there's an agreement for Sunday. That is not the case. There's no response from Henry. It was limited for the purpose that these two texts exist and nothing more, not what the intent was behind that agreement.
I am not offering, I did not say anything about that. What I was trying to say is did he know that there had been a communication on Friday about pavilion number 1? Was the question that I asked.
A legal objection.
This exhibit was improperly used to question the witness about the availability of the pavilion, which that is not what this document purports to.
It is overruled. The jury has already been instructed on the limiting instruction.
And I guess, Mr. Reyes, I hear you. You didn't know about that when you came to the department. You didn't know that communication had happened.
No.
And so now that you do know that, you see what I mean? Sometimes we're in the moment, we feel a certain way about what is going on, but then when we learn more information, it kind of changes the way that we look back at that situation. Have you ever had that happen before?
Not really.
Well, you have a lot more certainty than I do about those things. But if it had just been a simple mistake and there was a double booking, you would understand that it got worked out in a way that had your family got to stay in Pavilion 1, right? Is that correct?
Yes, I hope they were able.
And she, Constable Vela, Michelle, she didn't insist that you leave or your family leave, right?
No, not after.
Right. She didn't go, well, hold on. I'm the one that's got the reservation. He needs to leave. She just said, okay, I'm going to walk over here. Right?
Yes.
All right. And even when she saw that that people in your party were drinking alcohol and you hadn't called, she didn't make you leave then either. She didn't say, I'm canceling your event because you didn't call us. Right?
No, she didn't.
Right. Now, I know that it felt odd to you to have to go to an ATM and hand over money, but were you aware that that is the common practice when somebody fails to make it known that they need security?
No, because you normally have to call the office and make arrangements to pay money, not all cash.
Right. But what the jury's heard, though, is that Mr. McGlamry says a lot of people will lie about not having alcohol, or they'll lie about the number of people. And he said the only way you can do that, the only way you can ensure the security when that happens, is they got to collect the money from them right there. But you didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't know.
So that whole practice, it just seemed to you like you were just getting robbed by Vela, right?
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Right. And that's how you kept reporting. I mean, that's how you talked about it to other people.
I didn't talk about it to anybody.
Well, I guess what I mean to the police officer.
At the time, we just made a report of what had happened. I didn't say nobody robbed me.
I know, and we're not really talking about a robbery, but you felt like you were being extorted for that money.
Because I really didn't feel nothing. I just let it go, you know.
Yeah, well, you said that, in fact, when you talked to the police officer, you said,
Objection. You're quoting from a police report, not an evidence.
What I'm going to do right now is I'm just asking him a question about what he said to the police officer at the time.
We'll ask him that question.
Right. You said to the police officer that you felt like she was harassing.
Objection.
Ask him the question. Ask him, what did he say to the police officer?
Well, since I'm across, I want to directly lead him to exactly what he did say to the police officer, and if he doesn't say it, I can impeach him with what he said here in the report.
No, we cannot. That is improper impeachment using a report that has nothing to do with that.
I haven't even seen a police report. So.
Sir, this does not involve you. The objection to improper impeachment is sustained. Craft your questions carefully.
Understood. You felt like she was harassing you when this was going on.
Yes.
And that's what you told the police.
Yes.
But at the time you talked to the police, you didn't know that you had been breaking the rules unknowingly.
I guess not.
right? So what looked like harassment to you at the time is just enforcing the rules. Now that we know, now that you know that you were violating the rules.
I guess so, yes.
So, yeah, so one of the things too that what happened is, I guess, not only did, when they said, look, it's $500 per day, I think at one point you said 500, today you said 600, but either way, 50 an hour for 12 hours.
Yes.
And you said, I'm not paying 600, right?
Yes.
And I understand that. I mean, you didn't want to pay the 600, but if you were told that, well, then your event can't go on because you can't still be here without security because of the alcohol, right?
Yes.
But they even said, well, okay, you have 300. We'll just start the clock at 12 at noon, and so from 10 to noon, you don't have to pay anything, right?
Yes.
Is that correct? So they were trying to work with you on that, with the amount of money that you have.
Yes.
Okay. And then, but I understand you were still upset because now you had to end at, I guess, 6 o'clock rather than...
Yes, 6 o'clock.
But when you handed the money over, the cash over, you said you didn't hand it to the constable.
No, not to them. No.
Okay. And you handed it to another deputy.
Yes.
And that deputy handed you a receipt for it.
Yes, he did.
And the receipt was accurate and correct.
Yes.
So when you got a receipt for it, did you believe that, okay, then they're trying to make this a legitimate transaction here because I'm now getting a receipt for it?
At the time, yeah, they gave me the receipt, yeah, but it looks like a legitimate receipt. Yeah, I get those at the store.
Right. And the reason why is because if you had come the week before to the constable's office and paid the security there, you would have got an official receipt, right? But
Yes.
you didn't do that.
No.
And they had to run to a store and get a receipt book from the store to give it to you to make sure that it would be documented how much money that you gave them.
And they didn't run the store, the receipt was there.
Well, you don't know how they had to give it, I guess. You don't know where the receipt book came from, right?
It came out of the car. He had it in the car.
Right, but you don't know who had to go get it into his car.
Nobody went to go get nothing. It was there.
I understand that. So it was in his car. So, but it looks like a receipt book from the store, right?
And you can get it anywhere, yes.
Right. And regardless, it documented the amount of money that you gave them, right?
Yes.
And it said that it was for security.
It just said receipt for $300. No, it doesn't say nothing for security.
It said you got 2 hours for free.
No, I didn't say that either.
So when you were talking to the police about what happened, that was the same day, right, that we're talking about?
Yes, in the evening, yes.
Right, after the reservation had ended, it was about 7 o'clock at night.
The reservation was supposed to end at 10.
Right, but because you had unknowingly violated the rules and you did not want to pay for security until 10, your reservation ended
At 6. Yes.
That's it. But when you talked to the police, you never said that there were, to the police officer, that there were four officers or 4 deputies or 4 uniformed officers that were speaking to you, did you?
No, I never told him that there was 4.
Okay, so this is the first time we're hearing that there was 4.
No, I mean, nobody knows that there was 4. I'm the only one that knows how many people walked up to me.
Sure, but when
Yes.
the officer asked you what happened, you didn't tell him.
No, that there was 4. I just said that Vela, the officer.
You just said her, right? But now that you're testifying, that's how you remember it now, is that there were 4.
That's how they walked up to me, yes.
Okay. Would you say that your memory was better at the time you talked to the police officer that day about what happened that day, or it's better now?
It's been 3 years.
It's So your memory would have been better back then.
Back then, yes.
And so when your memory was as fresh as it's going to be about this incident, you did not mention the fact that 4 deputies walked up to you?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. We'll pass it.
Mr. Reyes, so was it your experience that day that the person who had to move from your pavilion to the kitchen is the same person who told you you have to pay $50 an hour or leave?
Yes.
No further questions? Anybody else?
Well, you said that you never had a conversation with him about. Yeah. You said you had a conversation, or you never had a conversation with him about, I guess, alcohol, putting away the alcohol. Is that right?
Not you mean that day?
Yeah.
To putting away the alcohol?
Right.
No.
Okay. That means you didn't ask them, like, hey, we'll put away the alcohol, do we not have to pay? You didn't ask them that.
No, I did not.
And y'all continue to drink throughout the day until your
Yeah,
reservation?
the whole part did.
I know the whole part, but really I'm talking about Pavilion 1.
Okay.
Pavilion 1 came out to drink.
Okay.
Okay, now, I didn't understand when you were testifying on direct, but my understanding is that you actually went into Precinct 2 after this happened and talked to somebody at Precinct 2 named Susan Tristan. You remember doing that?
I remember going over there because they told me I had to go over there to see if I could get a refund on my money.
Right.
But I never went past talking in the front to wherever it was. I don't remember their names.
Okay, but so you don't know that you were actually talking to Susan Tristan?
No, I did not. No.
The person responsible for security at Rodriguez Park?
No, I did not. No, I don't know who she is.
Okay. And she explained to you that because there was alcohol at the event, that's why you had to pay for security, didn't you?
No, she didn't.
Okay, so she said that she explained that to you. She
No.
Okay, and then you also, at the end of the explanation, you apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I know she was just doing her job."
No, I did not.
And so she said that you said that, she'd be lying.
Yes.
Okay. Pass it.
No further questions?
Mr. Reyes, thank you. Mr. Pickett. You remain under the same instructions. Thank you. We're going to take a break for lunch. It is 12:08. Let's go ahead and meet back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. You
All right,
remain
adjourned.
under the same instructions. I am. You're on too. You're on too. I see you. Oh. Okay.
And Judge, just so you know, each one of us will be arguing a different point. We're asking the court to argue a different issue. So two separate issues. Two will argue one an hour.
I don't want to argue, discuss.
Well,
Judge,
I
discuss.
have no idea what you guys
I know,
are
I know.
talking about, so it doesn't really matter.
I know, but Judge, I just didn't want you to think that two different people were making the same.
Yes.
Because I know that you said.
That's okay. I'll just mute you when you can hear. All right. You guys ready to go on the record?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. There is a matter you all want to talk to me about?
Yes, may I go first, Tom?
Sure, of course.
Judge, in the reference to the next, we think the next witness is in our discussion with the state, Tony Cordona. Just to be proactive, Judge, there's very little. We believe that he's going to talk about Rodriguez Park.
Sorry,
But the potential of him talking about other matters that are outside the scope of this trial and that would violate your ruling earlier. Tony Cordona is a deputy from Precinct 2. And
I don't see him listed.
he's Osiris
Formerly,
Anthony.
okay, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Formerly known as Tony Cardona, okay.
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry. It's Osiris David, Anthony David, I believe. And so he was former deputy there. He worked at Rodriguez Park on Easter for a very short period of time, which is obviously relevant and fine. But there's a potential, and I just want to be proactive in the abundance of caution, that he is, I guess, admonished by, not the court, but by the state, just to make sure that he stays within those parameters, because his potential is to go up, I think.
And then, so here's the, and Judge, if I may interject, Oscar Slinger for the state. This is the state's case law in the state's motion that will be filed now with the court. And then this is the court's copy
Yeah, I'm sorry.
of case law. And then,
Here you go.
oh, sorry.
Here's another copy.
Here you go, Your Honor. And this is the case law from the state.
This is a motion to reconsider the motion in limine. I think you have more context now.
I mean, I can read this, but I think the best way to handle it is to bring them in. We have a hearing outside the presence of the jury, and I decide.
I agree, Judge.
Because
We're
it's
still
all
looking
going
through
to be
this.
contextual at
Right.
this point. So bring them in. No. The witness.
Okay, then on that note, Judge, we actually have a different witness we're going to take out of order, Constable Vasquez. She will be the witness instead of...
Where is he?
She's here.
She's here.
No, where is Osiris David?
Here also.
We're just taking them out.
And that actually was what I was going to address with the court about.
About Constable Vasquez?
Yeah.
What is it?
My understanding is the intent and purpose of calling Constable Vasquez is to say how she changed the procedures after Michelle Barrientes Vela was in office. And so we would argue that what she did to change the procedures are not relevant to this proceeding as far as what happened subsequently. It would be comparable to a subsequent remedial measure or something like that.
That's sustained. That's not relevant. What other
And
purpose
if
are you calling her
The purpose for
for?
calling her is that the reason, that the way that the security was established or set up at the parks would be violating the Security Act of the Texas.
Absolutely
Occupation
not.
Code.
Absolutely not. No. It's sustained. That's not in the indictment.
Your Honor,
It's part of the investigation. No.
It's not in the indictment. So she's not charged with having a private company or violating any other statutes. She's charged with tampering. Put the evidence on for tampering. Does Constable Vasquez have evidence of tampering?
It goes to her motive, and under 404, the state's allowed to produce evidence as to her motive
it's
to
also
commit the
true.
offense of tampering.
Your Honor, can we have a recess so that you can consider this motion now? Because it goes to all...
On Vasquez?
Yes, goes because...
Vasquez has sustained on relevance.
Well, she's going to be testifying to things exactly what we're arguing in our motion in limine. Because
But how is anything that the constable did after the date of the indictment relevant?
She
Go
has-
ahead and connect it for me.
So she has knowledge as a constable for Precinct 2 and as a peace officer when reserves are allowed to work and when full-time are allowed to work. And she's going to speak to that issue. And reserves and full-times have become an issue in this case under 404B. Additionally, there are several ways to use a 404B. One is rebutting a defensive theory. 2 is motive, and 3 is to rebut a false impression. They made it clear from their opening statement that they were going to state that this investigation was just about Rodriguez Park, that this crime occurred and there was nothing else going on. They said they needed to get her, that she wasn't, she hadn't done anything else wrong. Well, the thing about this crime is that she had already committed other crimes that caused the investigation.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. If the Constable Vasquez does not have anything to testify with regards to tampering with Rodriguez cash receipt logs as alleged in the indictment, the objection to relevance is sustained. It's not relevant. What she did afterwards is not relevant to any matter of either prosecution or defense.
It explains the motive. It explains to rebut.
You don't have, motive is not listed in the indictment.
But it is in our
It's in
404B.
404B, and that's how you
It's an
establish.
extensive 404B, and it's one of the reasons that you can put evidence on.
Well, I understand that's your argument. I'm overruling that. That is not, she is not coming in. Not for that purpose. Do you have another purpose you want to introduce her for?
Not in the case in chief.
Okay, then we're calling your next witness.
We call Osiris David.
Okay, let's take him up now and let's deal with the 404. were sworn in this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. We're going to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury to establish what areas you can testify to, so the state's going to ask you some questions. Go ahead, State.
And you only want me to ask you questions as it would relate to the motion in limine?
I want you to ask them what you believe you can get into, yes, on direct. What is the objectionable testimony?
So you worked at Rodriguez Park doing the side jobs?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times did you do that?
That was the first and only time that I believe that was definitely the first time.
And that was on April 21st of 2019?
I believe so. It is Easter Sunday.
Okay. So do you have other employment outside of, at the time, I know you don't work there now, but at the time, did you have side jobs other than that one time at Rodriguez Park?
No, ma'am.
I don't know what you're objecting to, honestly.
I mean, he can obviously testify to whatever he.
This so far, this is fine. What
Absolutely.
else?
No, no objection to what he just said, Judge.
Is that it?
Well, he's going to be walking through his experience that day on Easter Sunday at Rodriguez Park, and then subsequently how he got paid,
And who paid him?
and who paid him, and what he was required to do to get paid, and what she instructed him to do.
Well, obviously, Judge, we think that's relevant. We're really concerned about any other things he had to testify to, because his interview with the FBI covers a lot of stuff. So we're just being proactive. If they're going to just ask about Rodriguez Park, Easter Sunday, 2019, and how he got paid, that wasn't our objection. That wasn't our concern. It's anything outside of that.
Well, as you well know, Judge, this investigation was multifaceted. It involved other offenses, and so whenever the interviews occurred with the ranger, he talked to them about all of the other offenses at the same time, of course. And so we were respectful of not talking about the Moreno arrest or what occurred with the mistreatment of Moreno in the facility. We've been very respectful of not going into those matters.
Which I think also brings back in the forefront the issue of when Mr. Goss's opening statement was, well, they went through all this and the huge investigation, the raid and all that, and all they got were these papers or these documents. And so I think that, as this case is developing, that statement has left a misimpression with the jury, a false impression with the jury that I believe the state should be able to correct, and that the investigation at the very least was multifaceted.
When a witness on the stand leaves a misimpression, go ahead and correct it with that witness. When a lawyer says something that is not evidence, I'm not going to change my ruling. Nobody has opened the door to anything right now. So that those are two different things.
If the state were to provide case law that the attorney could open the door in opening, would the court consider that?
I would consider whatever you tell me to consider, but I'm not changing my ruling. So if this witness is prepared to testify on those things that were outlined to me, Rodriguez Park, the Easter Sunday, 2019, his experience, how he was paid, who told him what, that's fine. That's fine for this, for guilt and innocence. Any objection to that?
Not to what you just said, Judge, but anything about hostile work environment, which goes to something outside of this charge, or Moreno, that's why we're having this hearing, just to be proactive.
And I respected that, and that we have not gone into those things.
No, and Don, I'm sorry if you think that we're saying that they've done it. I'm just concerned because we've obviously studied and read his interview. And to Don's point, he talks about a lot of stuff. And so doing this is proactive so the jury's not here to make sure, that's all.
So, sir, the state was tasked with explaining the motion in limine to you. So I'm sure they have, but I'm going to explain it as well. The motion in limine says that you cannot go into any extraneous offenses, other wrongs. Anything that's not charged in this indictment is what I have granted it for. So if they elicit a question from you, I don't care which side elicits a question, and you believe it's going to violate that order, you pause and you ask the state to speak to them. because they're the ones calling. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bring the jury in. All rise to the jury. Thank you. You may be seated. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your legal name?
So sorry, Sam, named David.
Did you used to have a different name?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it?
Tony Cardona.
And was that name used when you were working at Precinct 2?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm going to call you, is it officer?
It's Corporal.
Corporal?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Corporal David, how long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 3.5 years.
And before that, what did you do?
I work with security, private security.
And how many years did you do that?
Approximately 8 to 9 years, I believe.
And when you began in law enforcement as a peace officer, where did you first start?
Bexar County Precinct 2, Constable's office.
And when you started at Bexar County Precinct 2, were you a full-time officer?
In the beginning, initially I was a reserve, and then I believe about a month later I became a full-time officer.
And while you were reserve, were you doing other work to support yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Private security.
When you first started as a reserve at Precinct 2, how many hours did you have to work for Precinct 2?
I don't recall what the requirement was. I believe it was 24 hours per month. However, I went there every day as part of their full hire training, FTO training, with the full hires.
So why did you do that?
I did not want to seem like an officer that did not understand what to do in situations and understand what a constable does as far as a full-time officer. I was trying to also earn the knowledge and experience to become a full-time officer there.
And did eventually you become a full-time officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did it take from the time you began as a reserve officer to become a full-time officer?
I believe it was approximately 1 month.
And when you became a full-time officer, did that make you a county employee
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
with all the benefits and protections of a peace officer with Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include civil service protection?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
So you say you were there for 3.5 years. Can you tell me the years you were there?
I'm sorry, one more time?
When were you employed there during that 3.5 years? Do you remember the dates?
I was not employed there in 3.5 years. I was employed there for about 1 year and 8 months.
I'm sorry, you were a peace officer for 3.5 years.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. So when did you first start at Precinct 2?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it should have been in February.
Okay.
I can't remember the exact date.
What year?
2019, I believe.
And when did you leave Precinct 2?
I ended up, I know it was October 31st of 2020, I believe.
And after that, where did you go?
I ended up going and transferring to Precinct 4 as a reserve.
What was the reason for leaving Precinct 2?
Objection, relevance, Judge?
What's wrong? When you went to Precinct 4, so when you left, let me back up. When you were at Precinct 2 and you left, who was the constable?
Constable Vasquez.
And is that the current constable?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And when you began at Precinct 2 in February of 2019, who was the constable?
Michelle Barrientes Vela.
And then you worked for Precinct 4 as a reserve. How long did you work there?
1 month, ma'am.
And then where did you go after that?
I went to the Von Army Police Department.
And is that where you still are?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated you were a corporal. That's not the rank you started at, is it?
That's correct, ma'am.
What rank do you start at?
I was a reserve officer there.
And how do you promote from that?
Through experience, time, I ended up becoming a corporal.
And are you a full-time employee there now?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to take you back to April 21st of 2019. Did you work Rodriguez Park that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where were you assigned to work?
I didn't have an assignment. I was helping out. Apparently, they needed some officers. I didn't have an initial assignment when I was told to go to work there. Well, not told, but asked if I wanted to work there, help them out, because apparently they didn't have enough officers, I believe, for the Easter holiday.
And so how many officers were assigned to work that day?
I would not be able to tell you that, ma'am. I do not know.
And who assigned you to be there that day?
I believe it was either Lieutenant Minor or the constable herself. I can't remember.
That's fine if you don't remember. What do you recall approximately? I know it's a long time ago. Do you recall approximately what time you arrived at Precinct 2?
I want to say it was between the time of 12 p.m. and 1 p.m.
And do you recall what time you left that day?
I also want to say it's about 5 to 6 p.m. I cannot remember precisely.
That's no problem. When you first arrived at Precinct 2, of course you were in uniform?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And did you drive there in an official vehicle?
No, ma'am.
What vehicle did you arrive in?
My personal vehicle.
And I know you stated this was the only time you ever worked there. Did you not have an official vehicle to be in?
I believe this was the only time I worked there. I'm not too sure if there was another time, just to clarify that. And I had not have an assigned vehicle to work there.
I see. So you have to go in your own vehicle.
That's correct, ma'am.
Do you recall who was there when you arrived?
I believe I was greeted by Deputy Chief Castillo, Anthony Castillo. I don't recall who else. I believe Constable Vela was there, and I do not know the other reserve officer that was there. There was a reserve officer.
But somebody who was with precinct 2?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Was it a male or female?
Male.
Do you recall if it was a younger or older person?
An older man.
So you described somebody by the name of Deputy Chief Castillo. Just so the jury understands, what does it mean to be a deputy chief in the hierarchy?
He is the second in command of the precinct and the leadership.
And the first in command is whom?
The constable.
So when you first arrived, what were you assigned to do?
When I first arrived, I was assigned to Pavilion 1.
And what were you supposed to do at Pavilion 1?
I was supposed to stand by in, I believe it was my personal vehicle, and watch from afar just to make sure that nothing was going to get out of hand at the party that was there.
And what is your understanding that the duties that are entailed when you're working security for an event at Rodriguez Park?
Just to monitor and make sure that the peace is kept.
And that would include enforcing the laws of the state of Texas?
That is correct, ma'am.
Were you apprised of what had occurred before your arrival regarding Pavilion 1?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you clarify your question?
Were you told about anything that had occurred at Pavilion 1 before you arrived? Did they catch you up?
Objection, Judge Hearsay?
I'm just asking if he had heard. I didn't say that he had just...
Yes, calls for hearsay sustained.
So when you arrived at Pavilion 1, did anybody approach you?
Yes, ma'am.
Who approached you?
From the pavilion? Am I
Yes,
correct?
from the pavilion.
It was a female. I cannot describe her. She was just skinny. I believe she was a Hispanic or white female. She had a ball cap. She approached me, and
Was she one of the guests at the pavilion?
yes, ma'am.
And when she approached you, was she upset?
She seemed upset. Yes.
I'm approaching the monitor with State's Exhibit 5. Does this appear to be the pavilion that you were working at, or at least viewing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6 on the monitor. Is that another view?
I believe so, ma'am.
And in this view, do you see a smaller little pavilion through the opening?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you saw any individuals in the smaller pavilion?
If that's the pavilion that is on the side of pavilion number 1, then yes.
And just for purposes of clarification, it's been previously described as Kitchen 1. Is that your understanding?
I did not understand the description.
Okay, so you weren't familiar with the park. Okay.
That is correct, ma'am.
So who did you see at Kitchen 1?
Kitchen 1 or pavilion 1, ma'am?
Kitchen 1.
Kitchen 1.
if
I-
you recall?
I saw I believe it was a couple of males, and I cannot remember, maybe a teenager, I'm not too sure.
Did you recognize anybody at the Kitchen 1 area?
No, ma'am.
Did you see any uniformed officers there?
No, ma'am.
And when you first arrived, were you approached by any uniformed officers from Precinct 2?
Yes,
And who was that?
that would be the deputy chief.
Was he alone?
I believe so, ma'am.
Do you recall where he came from when he approached you?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Do you have a recollection of, and I'm not asking for an exact count, a recollection of how many people were in Pavilion 1? I know you won't know the exact number.
It had to be probably over 10 people.
And you stated you were there at what time?
I believe it's either 12 p.m. or 1 p.m.
And what did they appear to be doing?
The people in Pavilion 1,
Yes.
they were setting up, they were just in celebration for Easter.
Were you given any instructions regarding your observations and providing security to Pavilion 1's guests?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Were
question?
you given any instructions in providing security for the guests at Pavilion 1 by Deputy Chief Castillo?
Just to stand by and to watch them, make sure that everything was in a peaceful state and watch out for any illegal activity.
So how long did you work there?
At the pavilion,
Yes.
it should have been from 1 to, I believe, 5 or 6, 1, 5, I believe is when they were dismissed.
Okay. So during the period of time that you were observing them, you stated that you stood by your vehicle.
That's correct, ma'am.
Where was your vehicle?
It was in the center of the parking lot where it was just in the center of the parking lot where I could view them at a good angle.
Did you have any interaction regarding collecting funds from the guests at Pavilion 1? Money?
Me personally collecting funds from them?
Yes.
No.
Did you see anybody do that?
No, ma'am.
Now, when the deputy chief approached you to work the security detail, and he's making his assignment to you at Pavilion 1, is it common practice that he should update you on anything that you need to be aware of for purposes of providing sufficient security?
If there is information to be passed on, it is common practice for another officer to relay that information to an incoming officer.
And did he relay any information to you at that time?
He did.
And what were his concerns regarding why you needed to know this?
Objection, Judge Hearsay.
It goes to his impression when he was watching the pavilion security so he would know to provide the proper duties that he was assigned to do.
You asked him what was his impression, a third party's impression of something,
No. His
or
impression.
concerns. What were someone else's concerns?
Okay, I'll ask him what his impression was based on the information he received.
You can ask him his impression for sure. What is his impression of the situation? Absolutely.
Okay.
Not what anyone else was concerned about.
What was your impression after you were briefed by Castillo?
My impression of the
Situation in Pavilion 1 with the guests.
my impression is they were upset.
And is it important to know that in order to provide proper security detail on an assignment such as this?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of the time you were there from 1-ish to 5 p.m., did anything out of the ordinary occur?
The female approached me and spoke with me about the issue that had been going on.
And you said her demeanor was what?
She was upset.
Based on your conversation with her, did you do anything?
I only advised her to get in contact with my constable about the issue.
And was that the end of the conversation?
That conversation, yes.
Did anybody else approach you from the group?
During that time, when I was doing the security rounds there, I would take off from the section where I was viewing them and just walk around, make sure everything's okay. A couple of tenants at that party kind of voiced their opinion that they felt like they were cheated.
Hearsay?
Yes, the answers are hearsay, yes.
So you were approached by other individuals.
That is correct.
What was their demeanor?
They also seem upset.
And how did you respond to them?
I told them I did not understand the situation clearly, and if they had any issues, they could voice it to my constable.
And you described walking around the area. Can you please give more detail of what that entailed?
That it was just a viewing of the Pavilion 1, just to make sure that everything was safe and sound. There wasn't anybody acting disorderly or anything like that.
So you changed your vantage point?
That is correct, ma'am.
Did you go completely around the pavilion, or how did it work?
I went completely around the pavilion.
And how often did you think you might have done so?
I believe I tried to set myself at least one time every 30 minutes.
Okay. Were you assigned to do any other security at the park while you were doing your security for Pavilion 1?
No, ma'am.
When you were not working your 1 to 5 shift watching Pavilion 1, what were the other duties assigned to you?
Are you asking if I had duties after 5 o'clock?
Or before 1 o'clock or after 5 o'clock that
As
did
a-
not entail Pavilion 1 security?
As a constable, just to clarify,
Just when you were there that day?
there were no other duties assigned before or after that time frame.
So on April 21st of 2019, your only duties that day were to provide security for Pavilion 1.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not do any other security detail that day?
After 5 o'clock, I was instructed by the chief to join him.
Objection, Judge, relevance, what happened after 5 o'clock? It's not related to what happened at the pavilion, Judge. I gave for testimony that everything stopped by 5 or 6. And it's hearsay.
What is the relevance?
This officer received payment for working that day, and I'm trying to establish the hours in which he worked and what he worked, where he worked at in the park.
Okay, we'll ask him that. So
What time did you complete your duty that day at the Rodriguez Park?
I believe it was either 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
So you stated that at 5 o'clock, Pavilion 1's time there was ending.
I stated before that it was between 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
Okay, so it's possible that they were there for a period of time that reached to 6 o'clock instead of just 5.
I do recall that it did have some time, but not a lot of time after that cutoff period. Then again, I do not remember that cutoff period. It had to be some time between 5 to 6.
Were you directed as part of your duties that day that you would be responsible for that cutoff time?
not directed and not responsible for it, just that that was the cutoff time.
Did at any time you have to approach the group in Pavilion 1 to close up and leave?
Yes, ma'am.
And how soon before they left did you have to do that?
I believe 30 minutes beforehand to let them know, to remind them.
So it's just like a gentle reminder, it's not because they were refusing to cooperate?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, did they pack up and leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever see any sheriff's vehicles enter the park?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see any SAPD vehicles enter the park?
No, ma'am.
And would you have been in a position to have observed that?
I don't believe so, ma'am.
I'm asking you where your vantage point was, would you have noticed if a sheriff's deputy's vehicle had arrived or an SAPD vehicle had arrived?
Into the park or at the pavilion?
Into the park.
I would not be able to see the entire park from that point, so I can't say that I would be able to observe if they did enter the park. But from the pavilion point, I did not observe that.
But no officers came to the pavilion.
That's correct, ma'am.
So when all the guests were gone from Pavilion 1, what were your duties at that time?
I was advised again to go with the deputy chief to go to another celebration that was going on near a soccer field, I believe.
I'm sorry. Objection, Judge. Relevance.
At this point, it's not relevant, sustained.
So after you finished working the security at Pavilion 1, did you have additional duties that you had to conduct?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you please repeat that question?
Sure. After you finished your duties with Pavilion 1, all the guests had left, you had additional duties?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those additional duties?
It was to go to the the chief had invited me to go to another section to provide security there as well.
Judge, again, relevance to this.
No, over with. Move on.
I'm just trying to establish how many hours he was there working. So you went to, was it another pavilion?
I think I would call it a pavilion.
Is it a bigger one?
Much larger, yes.
And where was it located in the park?
It was further down the entrance, the parking lot, and by the soccer field.
Have you ever heard the term Pavilion 2?
I did not. I'm sure there was a Pavilion 2. I did not know where it was.
I see. So when you were first asked if you wanted to work this particular day, this particular side job, what is your understanding of how much you would be paid?
I was under the impression, if I can recall, it was sometime between 40 to 50, but it has been such a long time, I do not recall the exact amount.
And would that be per hour?
That is correct, ma'am.
And so all totaled, do you recall how many hours you worked that day?
Probably 4 to 5 hours, ma'am.
And based on what you just described, going to the second pavilion, was that the same type of security work that you did at the first pavilion?
Observation, yes, ma'am.
Yes. I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that? Just describe it in general. What is that a picture of?
That is the entrance to the Precinct 2 Constable's office.
And I'm going to hand you what's marked
Sorry,
at
Don, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. What is that label?
8.
8?
Eight.
Exhibit 8?
8, yes. It's in one more than 7. Okay. I'm going to hand you what's marked as, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
So please describe what it is in this photograph. Describe that there's a door, a window, those sorts of things in the image.
The entrance to the Precinct 2 Constable's office, there are posted signs there and papers. Right next to the clerk's window, there's also 2 posted papers.
Okay. May I publish to the jury?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes. I'm placing State's Exhibit 8 on the monitor. Now I'm going to point at this bigger window to the right of the door. What did you describe that as?
That, I believe, is the clerk's window.
And what is this?
That is also one of the clerk's window.
So in particular, I want you to note these 2 pieces of paper taped to this window.
Judge, we're going to object to this line of questioning. She's trying to prove up what she has in her hand there, and we're going to object to hearsay.
I'm just
Personal knowledge
There's
and
2 pieces of
relevance.
paper here.
Well, she's going to talk about
Hang
something.
on.
Yes,
Let
sir.
her finish her question.
Sure.
All I'm asking is, do you see 2 pieces of paper taped to this window?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. Just in general, what is in this image?
There is 2 documents in this image. It says
No, don't say what it says.
just 2 documents in this image.
And are they taped?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of surface is it taped to?
Looks like it's taped to a window pane.
And in this image, do you see a signature that is yours?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall signing this document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
State Office State's Exhibit 9 into evidence. And I can actually not show the left side of this.
Well, that's not, well, number 1, Judge, it's hearsay. Sure, Judge. May I approach? He can obviously testify to what's on that, but to enter that, it's separate.
His is on the right.
like to use our easel?
Does it fit back here?
It's right here. If you'd like to use it.
Sure.
You can use our paper too.
That's okay.
Sharps the count.
Oh, it's fine. Well, it's good. So you had stated that, without reading this document out loud, you had stated that you signed this document.
I do remember signing that.
And do you remember how you were paid for your work that day?
I believe I was paid in cash.
Do you have a recollection of how much money you were paid?
No, ma'am.
But how many hours do you feel like you worked that day?
About 4 to 5 hours, I believe.
And you only worked security work in the pavilions?
That one pavilion and that other one that I don't know what that was.
Did you ever fill out any paperwork to be paid by the county for working that day?
Not that I can recall, ma'am.
It would have been a W-4 form. Do you recall having filled out that?
I do not recall, ma'am.
So, do you recall when you were paid?
I don't recall the date that I was paid.
Was it on the day of April 21st of 2019?
Would that be the day after?
No, that's the day of, Easter Sunday.
Then no, ma'am, it was not that day.
So were you paid sometime later?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how long later?
I can't give you an exact time. I would give you the range of approximately 2 weeks to maybe a month from that point.
Who paid you?
The constable herself.
And you said the form of payment was cash?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
At some point in time, were you asked by Constable Vela to go to the auditor's office to be paid for that day?
Not to go to the auditor's office to be paid.
What do you mean by that, to be paid?
I recall her asking to go with her to the auditor's office, but it was unsure of what was the issue at hand.
But she asked you to go with her to the auditor's office. Did she ask you to do anything once you got there?
I can't recall if that's when this document came into signing. I can't recall.
When you got to the auditor's office, did you receive any payment?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. I can't recall.
Was there any discussion on what you would do if you received payment, a check?
There was a discussion. There was not a discussion about that.
There was a discussion about that?
I don't believe there was a discussion about that.
Okay. And did you end up physically going to the auditor's office with Constable Vela?
That is correct.
Do you recall what she told you?
I believe somewhere along the lines that the Bexar County Auditor's Office was refusing to pay us for our time there.
And what time did you think that she was talking about?
Easter.
And you only work security at the pavilions on Easter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So based on her telling you that the county should pay you, it would have been because of what work you did perform that day, it would have been only for working security at the park.
That is correct, ma'am.
When the auditor did not pay, is that when she paid you?
I cannot recall.
The document that you signed, that's depicted in that photo, and you recall that document.
I recall signing a document. I do not recall the contents of the document.
Could you just refresh your memory?
May I read the document?
Yes, but not out loud. So does this help your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was that document, to your recollection, signed?
I don't recall. Do I?
It's just if you remember. If that helped you remember, then you can state the date that it helped you remember.
5/15/19.
So that's May 15th of 2019, after the Easter Sunday.
That is correct.
So does it refresh your memory as to how much that document says you were paid?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much were you paid according to that document?
$228.
Do you recall that being an accurate figure?
I wouldn't say it was an accurate figure because I was under the impression, like I stated before, it was between 40 to 50.
Per hour?
That's correct.
So, and you think you maybe worked, well, actually, on that document, does it refresh your memory what hours you worked?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And what were those hours?
It says here 2 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Read from a document is not in evidence. It says it was false.
Okay, so you have to refresh your recollection. You can take a moment if you need to refresh after every single question, and then read the document to yourself. And if you remember after reading the document, you can answer the question. Well, you can't read from the document. There is a big difference.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a difference of opinion and that document is not refreshing your memory, that's okay. Just say what you believe the times to be.
I do believe the times to be sometime between 12 or 1 p.m. to 5 to 6 p.m.
I'm going to mark it here. And for purposes of me writing on this, I'm going to use the name that you used back then, so I don't mean to offend you.
Understood.
So what were those times again?
The times I believe are the times on the document.
The times you believe.
I believe it was from either 1 p.m., 12 p.m. to 5 to 6 p.m.
And you're not entirely sure what you were supposed to be paid per hour?
That's correct, ma'am.
with certainty, you know it wasn't, do you know that it wasn't $38 an hour?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't $38 an hour,
Okay.
but I still could be mistaken. I know a lot of things have changed, so I was told because it was a holiday, it might be a greater pay than the usual 35, I believe.
I see. So, upon refreshing your recollection with this particular document, did you recall what took place in requiring you to sign this document?
If I can recall correctly, it was she called me and another deputy, explained that situation, and I believe she paid us right then and there in cash.
When you say she, who are you referring
The
to?
constable, I'm sorry.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay, could you please point her out?
It's right there.
All right. Let the record reflect that he's pointed towards the defendant. Record was on our block. So she contacted you and another deputy. Do you remember who that other deputy was?
Deputy Pena.
And what did she tell you?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Hearsay system.
So these documents were provided to the two of you at the same time?
I believe so.
And did what was your understanding of why you needed to sign them?
My understanding was because the county was refusing to pay.
And why would these documents be necessary because the county was refusing to pay?
On my opinion of this situation,
Sure, what was your
Judge, his
belief
opinion-
at the time?
Sorry, Don, his opinion is irrelevant, but what his understanding is different, but his opinion is irrelevant, Judge.
You can answer on his understanding, yes.
my understanding of signing this document was to create a backup log of the situation.
And the situation being what?
That she was going to pay us out of pocket despite the county paying us.
So we know from your testimony that the auditor did not pay you, but she did. And you believe this document reflects the fact that she paid you and not the county.
That is correct.
And based on your recollection, you believe that you were supposed to be paid somewhere between $40 and $50 an hour, probably the higher end because it was a holiday. And your hours go roughly between the possibility as early as noon and as late as 6 p.m. How
That-
much? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was it? The question was?
That is your recollection.
That is correct.
Recapping. So how much do you recall, based on those hours and that hourly rate, do you recall, and I know I've asked this to you, but now that you've refreshed your memory some, do you recall how much money you may have received?
I believed I received that exact amount, if not maybe $2 more because of change.
So what would that exact amount be?
The $228 to $230.
Did anybody besides yourself provide security that day to Pavilion 1?
When I got there, the deputy chief was assigned.
Do you have any idea how long he was working there before you got there?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how long the guests and the party and the group was supposed to be at that pavilion?
I believe it had to be sometime between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m.
So that's when they had to leave. Do you have any idea how long they were allowed to stay there for the whole day?
That was the cutoff time.
The cutoff time went, do you know the beginning time?
I do not recall.
They were already there when you got there.
That is correct, ma'am.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Do you know how long you worked at the other pavilion that provided security?
I do not recall, ma'am.
Do you have a general impression if it was a long period of time or a short period of time?
I believe it was a short period of time between maybe 1 to 2 hours.
Do you recall what time you left for the day?
No, I do not recall the exact time I left that day.
So what time did you go to the other pavilion?
It had to be after 5 or 6 p.m.
Would you have anticipated the work that you provided at Pavilion 2 to be the same rate that you were supposed to be paid at Pavilion 1?
Yes, ma'am.
So all totaled for that day, how many hours do you think you worked? Total, both pavilions.
Approximately 5 to 6 hours, I believe.
So and you believe you were only paid between $228 and $230?
That's correct, ma'am.
Who else worked Pavilion 2, if you recall?
The only other would be the deputy chief when he was with me.
There was no female deputy there at the time you went over there to work?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall seeing Deputy Pena at the park that day?
I don't believe so.
Are the two pavilions fairly far apart?
Yes, ma'am.
So moving from Pavilion 1 to Pavilion 2, would you be able to observe who is working security over there?
I would say no due to the amount of people that were there.
I see. It's a big crowd, lots of people. I see.
That is correct.
when you were observing Pavilion 1, in your opinion, or not your opinion, your recollection, did you view a lot of alcohol use?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Okay, sorry, defense.
Can we get into it? Corporal David, my name is Nico Lillard. I'm one of the lawyers that are representing Ms. Vela. Have you ever testified before?
This would be my second testimony.
Okay. Well, you understand cross-examination and how it works?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, as you know. I'm going to try to go slow, I promise. Let's try not to talk over each other. If I give you a question or ask a question you don't understand, then just ask me to repeat it and I will, okay?
I understand, sir.
Okay. So at the time of, I guess you testified on direct examination that you've been a law enforcement officer for 3.5 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that how long you hold your TICO license also?
Yes, sir.
Will you explain to the jury what a TICO license is, please?
TICO license is the license you get for becoming a police officer after the academy. You're assigned a TICO license, and then you have a license, an actual police license when you're in the police department or an agency.
Depending on the agency that holds your license, correct?
That is correct.
Where did you go to the academy?
I went to San Antonio College.
And that's a valid TICO copy?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, since you've been licensed since, I guess, we're in 2022, correct?
2000, licensed in 2000 and, I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question.
That's a bad question for me. Currently, we're in the year 2022.
That's correct.
So in 2019, that was roughly 3 years ago.
That's correct.
So at the time, you were licensed for maybe 6 months?
6 months where, sir?
At the time, in 2019, you had only been licensed for 6 months.
Licensed with Precinct 2,
Just from your TICO, when did you graduate from the academy?
I believe in 2017.
Okay, and then you just didn't do anything with it for a couple of years?
Yes, I tried getting onto a couple of departments.
And then they weren't hiring at the time, or for whatever reason, they didn't pick you up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so your employment with a law enforcement agency was about 4 to 6 months at the time of Easter of 2019.
I believe so, yes, fairly early.
You got asked a lot of questions about Easter of April 21st of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's just kind of jump right in there. So I think it's clear that you testified that you worked that day between 5 and 6 hours total.
Approximately.
And you gave us some ranges, that's why you said 5 to 6 hours, correct?
Correct, sir.
3 hours or so at Pavilion 1, and then 2 to 3 hours again at that second pavilion, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. So, but totally, it was 5 to 6 hours at the park.
I believe approximately 5 to 6 hours at the park.
Okay, fair enough. And it was your understanding that you were going to get paid somewhere between $40 and $50 an hour, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you discussed with the government that you believe you were paid $228 to $230 an hour, correct? I mean, total, correct?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I want to write on something. That's okay. But I don't want to ruin this.
Yeah, I want to keep it. You can just flip it over.
Give them the tape right now.
Go back to ours. Okay.
You can move ours if you need to post that on.
Okay. Thank you. Can I borrow your marker, please?
It's up there on the middle shelf. Black.
Okay. So you're at 228 to 230 total, correct?
Correct.
Can we do some basic math?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so $230 divided by 5. And if the judge would let you use your phone, but we'll just do it together, okay? Because I did it, and they can verify me. It comes out to 46. Does that sound about right?
Understood.
And they're checking you right now, I promise you. If we do 230, divided by 6, it comes out to 38.33. Sound about right?
Correct, sir.
Do you remember also speaking at some point with a Ranger Freeman?
I do.
Do you remember specifically speaking about how much you were paid?
I don't remember the specifics.
If you heard the interview you had with Ranger Freeman, just by yourself, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir, probably.
Judge, I don't know if you want to use your phone, do something so they don't hear?
Except we don't have that. I don't have earphones. I don't know where they went. I thought I had them. I'm a little worried now that I don't. So is it okay if we cut a break? Just very short.
How many times are you going to ask him to hear the statement?
Once.
Hopefully once. I don't know how he's going to testify.
How long is the statement?
The state, we have extracted the exact thing that we wanted to hear. So it probably will take 30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you an afternoon break a little early. Go ahead and take 10 or 15 minutes so that we can take care of this business and we'll bring it back. You're under the same instruction.
All right, jury.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
So, Corporal David, now that you've refreshed your memory, you know what I was asking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at some point, just to kind of bring the jury back up to what we were talking about before the break, you had spoken to a Ranger Freeman at some point,
Yes, sir.
and you were asked about how much total you were paid, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you believed, at least what you said, and you were answering honestly, that it was around $250.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
For the record also, Judge, I'd like to mark what I'm writing on as defense exhibit 5, Judge. I believe it's 5.
Okay. That's what's below Dawn's.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not writing on Don's.
Okay.
So we're going to do some more math, okay? So taking what you said to Ranger Freeman, 250
I'm sorry, Mr. LaHood, what did you mark that?
at defense 5, Judge?
It's 6.
825.
5 was marked to bring out of the reservation.
Yes, ma'am. Do you mind if I just mark it over? Or do you want me to replace it? So, based off what you said with Ranger Freeman, if you were paid $250 total, and if we divide that by 5, this one's easier, right? It comes to 50. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then if we do the 250 again, based off what you had, like we said, told Ranger Freeman, and divide it by 6, it comes out to around 41.
That's correct.
I'm going to read this up here from. Do you mind if I raise it, guys? Just so people can see. So if we look at that basic math between what you testified to, and I know you were doing it based off your best of your recollection, and based off what you had spoken to Ranger Freeman about, we see that you're actually accurate. You made somewhere between $40 and $50 an hour.
Is that a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What we also know, as you testified on direct examination, is that because Constable Vela had opted out on the Bexar County, that special program for that weekend, that she paid all of you out of her own pocket.
Is that also a question, sir? Or is that a statement?
Well, okay. It's a statement that you're either agree to or don't agree with. So, based off what you testified to, because Constable Vela opted out of the Bexar County Easter weekend, correct?
I did not know that.
But she paid you out of her own pocket, correct?
That's correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
When you had an understanding of you were paid out of Vela's own pocket, what does that mean to you?
To me, that, in a nutshell, that basically meant that the county, for some reason, did not want to pay me.
Then if the county didn't pay you and it's out of her own pocket, does that mean her own personal funds?
I believe so, yes.
So is it your understanding that you were paid by Constable Vela and not the patron who paid?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to mark my chart. I believe it states Exhibit 71. So the document you were using earlier, that I showed you in the photograph, that is inaccurate.
Inaccurate according to
How much you were paid?
the document that you had in the picture.
Yes.
It was inaccurate according to the 250 that I stated, or
How much it said that you were paid?
that. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Let me read that to you. I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. Without, I'm sorry, saying it out loud, just refresh your memory again to the document to the right with your signature as to what it said you received in payment.
200.
And so that would be, this would be inaccurate, meaning wrong.
Incorrect.
Okay.
Yes.
The receipt that I was referring to in the photograph, do you recall who gave you that document?
I believe it was Constable Vela herself. The receipt that in the photograph, correct?
Yes.
I believe it was.
It didn't come from any outside source?
Not that I can recall. I cannot recall completely who it came from.
It was strictly related to Precinct 2 records?
I do not know that. I don't handle records, ma'am.
Well, it's related to Rodriguez Park for
That is-
April 21st of 2019.
That is correct, ma'am.
So it's not related to any other entity, any other government agency?
Yes, ma'am. I would agree with that.
That's witness.
So I guess in reference to when you said that document she showed you was inaccurate, I mean, you answered to the best of your ability when you're testifying today, and you got refreshed on what you said to Ranger Freeman at some other time, correct?
That's correct.
And so that's why we covered, whether it was 228 or 250, we just covered a range of what it would have been hourly you would have been paid.
That's correct.
Thank you, Corporal. That's the witness, Judge.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Corporal. You can step down. You remain under the same instructions as well. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Call your
ma'am.
next witness.
State calls Deputy Constable Vanessa Payne.
Speaking to that mic now.
Okay. Deputy Pena, you were previously sworn. You remain under that same oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Vanessa Pena.
And what is your title?
I'm a corporal with Bexar County Constable's Office, Precinct 2, Constable.
When did you first begin in law enforcement?
As a peace officer about 4.5 years ago.
And Before that, what did you do?
I ran a business with my mother for a little bit, and then before that, I did work with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office as a jailer.
How many years did you do that?
About 6.5 years.
And then how long did you work with your mom?
I would say two years. 3 years.
And then when did you start with Precinct 2?
On or about May 28, 2018.
And who hired you?
Bella.
Constable Vela?
At the
She was
time.
Constable at the time? Now, when you first started with Precinct 2, were you a reserve or a full-time?
I was full-time.
Full-time?
Well, I initially applied as a reserve, and I think for a day, it may have been listed under as a reserve, and then I got hired as a full-time.
So you immediately became a full-time employee?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a county employee?
Yes.
When you were first hired at Precinct 2, what were your duties?
Civil process, so anything that comes through the constable's office isn't civil, so anything from evictions to writ of possessions, small claims.
And when you say civil process, what do you do with that civil process?
It's paperwork that we go when we serve the precinct that comes in through the Precinct 2.
And so you go out and serve the parties
Correct.
involved in that action?
Correct.
And how long did you do civil process?
I do it to this day.
To this day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have any other duties apart from doing civil process?
I was for a moment in charge of the reserves for a little bit. So I would schedule the reserves or any events that would come through.
So what does that mean, in charge of the reserves?
They would report to me. They were reporting to me for a bit, but it wasn't for it was for a short time.
And they were reporting to you for what purpose?
So they would report to me for their schedule, when they would be coming in, what days they would be coming in.
And the schedule, was that official duties?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they report to you for any other purpose?
At the time, no. At the time, maybe about towards the end of her term, she would ask me to find reserves to work certain events, to participate in certain community events. So they may have reached out to me to be scheduled for those events.
And those events, where did they take place in general?
And
I know you won't remember all of them.
yeah, I mean I do remember maybe a church. Again, I didn't do. I maybe did it for a little. It wasn't that long that I did it, so it wasn't. One I do remember was a church. Sometimes the park.
Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
How many reserves would you say at the time when you were in charge of them, how many reserves were there?
I couldn't give you a number.
Is it, is it more or less than 10?
It was more than 10.
So let's talk about Rodriguez Park. How did it work for scheduling purposes?
Well, are you speaking on for full-time deputies?
Anybody that worked at Rodriguez Park?
They would, for full-time, I wasn't in charge of Rodriguez Park. I was in charge of, and at that time with the reserves working Rodriguez Park, I never offered any scheduling hours for Rodriguez Park for any reserve or full-time deputies. So as far as the full-time deputies being assigned to Rodriguez Park, they would offer it in the office. If anybody would like to work as a part-time, they would offer it, and if whoever would volunteer or who would want to work would volunteer, and that's how it worked. But it would come from up top. It would come from the front.
Being the command staff?
The command staff or some.
Higher-ups. So you call it part-time. How does that compare to your official duties? Is the part-time work official duties?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you...
But we get paid separate from, at the time we were getting paid separate from our county salary.
Okay, so the part-time work was really not county work?
Correct. It was more security work.
Security work, okay, so it wasn't coming in your paycheck?
No, ma'am.
So it wasn't considered an official duty as a county employee?
Correct, not for, correct.
So would it be safe to say to call it a side job, extra
Yes.
pay?
Mhm.
Okay. So how is a person paid when they're doing these side jobs?
It depends. Some are paid direct deposit, some are paid cash.
What do you mean by direct deposit?
I worked and work side jobs that do come in through my direct deposit. So meaning through my account, my bank account.
Can you describe like what type of entity that would be, that you would be receiving funds from? Like what kind of company?
A security company.
Actual company that supplies security officers to?
Correct.
Okay.
And then some do pay cash.
So, did you have a second job working for a security company?
I wouldn't consider it a second job. I've had side jobs.
Side jobs, okay. What kind of work would you do when you were doing those side jobs?
Security, police presence.
Can you describe what kind of events?
What kind of events? I've worked like security at I've worked security at Apple. I've worked security at banks. I've worked security for Child Protective Services, for Rodriguez Park. Back then, I haven't worked it since, but.
Okay, and so working as security, what kind of duties do those entail?
We're just security in case something does happen in the event. Something does happen, we are there to protect the business or the community, whichever.
So those duties, as a peace officer working security, are those duties just to enforce the laws of the state of Texas?
Mm-hmm. To uphold the laws, yes, ma'am.
Would it also include helping clean up or standing at the door checking receipts of people walking out? Those two.
I don't recall ever cleaning up at a side job.
And what I just described, would
No.
you say that that is security work?
No.
So when you work security on a side job, you are limited to just that, security.
Correct.
You're not going to be doing what an employee at the business is doing.
No, ma'am.
So when it came to Rodriguez Park, how often do you recall having worked Rodriguez Park?
Maybe anywhere from,
You don't have to be exact.
yeah,
I know it's a lot
anywhere
to-
from, no less than 5, no more than 15 maybe, so
5 to 15.
yeah.
Do you still work Rodriguez Park?
No, ma'am, I have not yet.
I apologize, the Amber Alert, I couldn't hear the question answered from the last, I heard 5 to 50, but I didn't know that.
5 to 15
15 about.
What was the question?
times that you worked at Rodriguez Park.
5 to 50, thank you.
How long ago did you stop doing the side jobs at Rodriguez Park?
I believe Easter Sunday was the last time I did Easter. last time I did a side job at Rodriguez Park.
April 21st of 2019?
If that was the date that happened, yes.
Do you remember that day?
I remember, yeah, I did work that day.
Okay. So do you recall how you were assigned to work that day? Did you volunteer?
Yes, I did volunteer.
And what did you expect to do that day when you arrived?
Security.
And did you know how many hours you were going to work that day?
I don't recall the hours, but I know I was the night shift, so I couldn't tell you, but I know I was going in the later part of the shift, so it could have been 4, maybe 6 to 10.
And how many hours did you anticipate working that day?
Probably, if that's what was told to me, that's what I anticipated. I can't tell you what hours I was, but I know it was the later part of the day.
Would there be considered, since you did schedule people to go there and you have worked there up to 15 times, what is a particular or a routine shift length?
Minimum 4 hours, I believe. Or maybe minimum 4 to 6.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to be exact.
Yeah, I
just
don't
wanted to
remember.
Yeah. And do you recall the hourly rate?
That day,
For that day, yes.
I know it was more than the usual, so I don't recall the exact amount, but it could have been anywhere from 40 to 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where did you work that day?
Rodriguez Park, it was the first pavilion. So there's 2 pavilions. It was the first one when you're entering the park.
So it wasn't the second pavilion? Can you describe, well, let me just show you a picture of the first pavilion.
I'm going to use this? Is that
Yes, please.
Okay.
So I'm placing State's Exhibit 4 up on the monitor. This has previously been identified as Pavilion 1 at the front of the park. Are you certain this was the one you worked at?
It's the one in the back.
The back, okay. So that would be referred to as Pavilion 2. Is it the bigger one?
The bigger one.
And I'm sorry, did we correct it to Pavilion 2? Is that?
Yes. When you do these side jobs with Precinct 2, do you fill out any forms like a W-4 or anything like that?
I don't recall. I don't recall. It's the last time I worked, it was that day. So I don't remember, but I do remember filling out a form that one of the maintenance people would come around and have you fill out.
Kind of like a timesheet that you work?
I believe so.
When you work for your other side jobs, do you have to fill out forms?
Yes.
What kind of form?
A W.
A W-4? I mean W-9?
Yes.
So when you were working Pavilion 2, do you believe it was later in the day?
Mhm.
Was it a big group of people?
When I had arrived, it seemed like everybody was almost cleared out. Almost.
So noticing that it was the larger pavilion and security was required, was anybody else doing a shift for security ahead of you?
When I arrived, I did, it was Bella, Anthony Castillo, and then I believe it was a reserve officer, Gonzalez.
And where were they when you arrived?
When I arrived, Michelle Barrientes was Pavilion 1 is, okay, there she was parked in Pavilion 1, and with Anthony Castillo, the reserve was parked in the back, in the parking lot area of Pavilion 2.
So each person was in a vehicle parked?
I don't recall what Anthony Castillo was in because he was outside of the vehicle. I didn't see him in any vehicle. I do know that Michelle Barrientes was in her vehicle. And then the reserve officer was also in his vehicle.
Were they stationary?
When I arrived, yes.
Were they all together?
No. Anthony Castillo was outside the parking lot area. Michelle Barrientes was in her vehicle, and then the deputy, the reserve deputy, was in his patrol vehicle. I mean, in his personal vehicle, in the parking lot of Pavilion 2.
Could that person have been Tony Cordona?
No, I didn't make contact with Tony Cordona.
Were all of these individuals in uniform?
Yes.
And you were in a uniform?
Yes.
And is that required when you work side jobs?
Yes.
And you carry your service weapon?
Yes.
When you first arrived, did you know exactly where you were going to work that evening?
No, I don't. Well, I don't remember.
Okay. Is it typical that you go to one of these side jobs and there are other people there and then they give you your assignment, or do you already know your assignment?
I believe that we would know our assignment, Pavilion 1 or 2.
And when you went there, what did you do first?
When I arrived that day,
Yes.
I think I remember approaching Miss Bella.
And were you given any instructions on where you were going to be assigned?
I should have already known that I was going to work Pavilion 2, so I couldn't tell you. So probably not, because more likely I already had knew.
And how long did you have a conversation with her?
A brief conversation.
And without saying what she said, what was the subject matter?
It wasn't. I believe I just asked like how everything went. How's everything going? And it was.
And then you proceeded to the Pavilion 2?
We spoke maybe about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I proceeded to Pavilion 2 after that.
So were you supposed to be providing security for the remaining people at Pavilion 2?
Correct.
Did you relieve somebody who was standing there?
When I made my way to Pavilion 2, yes, I believe it was Officer Gonzalez.
The reserve?
The reserve. Mm-hmm. But Pavilion 2 had already been cleared out.
And you said there weren't many people left?
There was no one left in Pavilion 2.
No one left. So what kind of security do you provide in a pavilion when there's no one there?
when I arrived there, that's when I realized nobody was at Pavilion 2.
Okay, so what did you proceed to do after that?
I don't know if I stayed a bit because I don't recall. I may have left a little bit earlier. I don't recall.
But you believe you were there how many hours?
Maybe about 1 or 2.
That seems hardly worth the trouble of showing up. Is that normal to work such short hours?
Well, it was a holiday. Sometimes, it's not normal, but it's not. It does happen where you do show up to a part-time and you work less than what you were told you were gonna, because maybe the party cleared out sooner, so that is possible. So.
Okay. Are you aware of who worked the pavilion when the people were there? I mean, you said Reserve Officer Gonzalez was there. Was he the one that worked the shift ahead of you?
I couldn't tell. He was the one I relieved. That's what I can tell you.
Okay. Did you encounter, did you speak to Deputy Chief Castillo?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
And were you able to speak to Reserve Deputy Gonzalez?
I'm sure briefly, like, hi, hey, how's it going? Happy Easter. I'm sure I did.
And did he leave at that time once you arrived?
I'm pretty sure he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you weren't like doubling up?
No.
Oh. So after you realized no one was left, did you speak to anyone before you left the park?
No, I don't recall, no.
You didn't report into the constable before leaving the park?
She had left before me because I believe her shift was over.
Do you recall what time it was you left?
No.
Was it dark? Yeah.
Yes.
It was dark. And this was in April. At the time you were leaving, was anybody else from the office working the park?
I don't remember.
Do you drive an official vehicle or privately owned?
Privately owned.
Did you speak to any of the patrons?
No, I don't recall.
So, how does it typically work after you work a shift? How do you get paid?
For that part-time?
Yes.
Back then, we would get paid cash. So the times that I did work, normally the person reserving the park would have already paid the office. So when us as officers volunteered to work that side job, we would have already been paid prior to making location.
So
That's how it typically works.
Typically works? Did it work that way this time?
No.
So let's talk about how it worked this time.
Okay.
How did you get paid?
Well, I didn't get paid. So that, because I believe it was a holiday, we were supposed to be getting paid through the county that time, or maybe a switch just had been made. I don't remember which one or the other, but we were supposed to get paid through our county checks. So an additional, whatever rate we were getting paid was supposed to be paid through our county checks.
And you had previously stated you thought it was somewhere between $40 and $50 an hour?
Mm-hmm.
And did the county pay you?
No, I don't believe I got paid.
So Did you end up going to the auditor's office to try and get paid?
That's not why I ended up going to the auditor's office now.
Okay, so you did end up going to the auditor's office related to this matter?
Correct.
Describe what transpired.
I can't recall the date, but I remember it was a late night. It was a school night because my kids were asleep. Me and my kids were asleep. And I received a call from Anthony Castillo. Me being asleep, he had just, something to the effect, not verbatim, but something to the effect, like, I need you to...
Were you directed to go to the auditor's office?
I'll object to hearsay on that as well.
Rural.
Were you ultimately directed to go to
Yes.
the auditor? So when were you directed to go to the auditor's office?
The following morning from receiving that call at night.
And what time were you supposed to report to the auditor's office?
I remember I was given a specific time, but I had to take my kids to school, so I wasn't going to make it that time. And I believe we made it maybe 8:30.
So when you arrived at the auditor's office approximately 8:30, what happened?
Another deputy, Tony Cardona, and I just sat there. There's a little, as soon as you exit the elevator, there's
A little lobby
a
area?
little lobby area, so we just sat there.
And what did you expect to do when you got there?
Well, what I was instructed to do by Anthony Castillo was we were going to go in and tear up our checks.
Tear up your checks. What checks?
The checks that we were supposed to be paid out through the county for working the park that Sunday.
And what would the purpose be in tearing up a check?
He didn't give me a reason when I asked him.
Did you want to tear up your check?
Absolutely not.
Do you know how much that check was supposed to be issued?
I don't recall.
Was it a significant amount of money?
Significant.
Well, was it more than 100?
It was more than 100. It should have been more than 100.
More than 200?
I'm sure about on or about 200, if not a little bit more.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9. And without reading it out loud, do you recognize the document in this photograph on the left side?
Yes.
And is that your signature on it?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read this to yourself to refresh your memory about the circumstances surrounding that document.
Do you recall now what had transpired regarding that receipt and payment?
Yes.
So that document, who asked you to sign that document?
Michelle Barrientes.
And what date did you sign that document?
According to this paper, 5/15.
Of 2019?
2019, 2019.
So this is approximately 3 to 4 weeks after the Easter Sunday incident. Is that about the same time that you went to the auditor's office?
More likely so. A little bit before.
So this document preceded going to...
This was after we went to the auditor's office.
So when you arrived at the auditor's office, did anybody else besides Officer Cardona and you show up?
To the auditor's office?
Yes.
Michelle Barrientes and Anthony Castillo.
And why would it be the four of you showing up regarding Easter Sunday?
Because I'm gonna say because us four worked there Easter Sunday.
And why not Deputy Gonzalez?
Probably because he wasn't expected to get paid for being there.
And why would he expect to be paid?
Your Honor, we'll object at this point as to the limiting, as well as speculation about what his expectations.
Sustained to speculation. She can testify to what she knows, but not speculate.
What is it that you know about reserve officers who work side jobs?
What I do know is they cannot work any type of security. They're not allowed to work any type of security. They can work traffic.
So when Officer Gonzalez was at Rodriguez Park on April 21st, you stated he was at the Pavilion 2 working security.
Correct. Well, I don't know if he was working, if that was told, like, I don't know what job duties were told to him.
I see.
So,
But you did not see him work traffic.
no.
So the four of you, Constable Vela, Deputy Chief Castillo, Tony Gordona, and yourself were at the auditor's office. What occurred next?
From what I recall, along with Tony Cardona, were in the lobby. Michelle Vela and Anthony Castillo went and spoke with the auditor's security, maybe a little bit further in. They came back out saying they didn't have our checks. They didn't even have our checks ready or available. So nothing transpired.
And then you just left?
We left.
So and I know I asked you this before, but just in the context of time, you never received any payment from the county auditor's office related to this?
No.
So, did you receive any payment at all related to working April 21st of 2019 at Rodriguez Park?
Yes.
And how much money did you receive?
I believe it was, I believe $70, if I can remember.
Okay, and who paid you?
Michelle Vela.
Do you recognize that image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
And is that the JP2 office?
It is. It looks like one of the entrances to our office.
And this window that I'm pointing to on the TV monitor of State's Exhibit 8, what is that window?
That's the window that the secretaries are able to speak with the civilians.
Jeff, I'm sorry, when she's turned away from the microphone, I'm having a difficult time hearing the answer.
It's a window that civilians go to whenever they have questions.
And who sits behind that window?
Secretaries.
Secretary, like clerk?
Clerks.
Do you see the papers taped to the window?
Yes.
I handed you State's Exhibit 9. Did you ever see those documents taped to that window?
Yes.
And so this image that I've handed you in State's Exhibit 9, that's just a closer up view of that?
Yes.
So whenever you've worked part-time work, and you did at least 15 times at Rodriguez Park, did you ever have to fill out one of these receipts before?
No.
Had you ever seen anybody else have to fill out one of these receipts before?
No.
Had you ever seen anything like this posted to that window?
No.
Do you know why that was done in this case?
No.
And I showed this to you to refresh your memory on what this receipt that you signed stated you were paid. Were you paid the amount in this receipt?
No.
Is it significantly higher than what you were paid?
The amount on that form?
Yes.
About, yeah. Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Yes.
And if you recall, what amount on the receipt you were signing does it say you were paid?
On that form, that receipt says $228.
Now, when you were at Rodriguez Park on Easter Sunday, did you perform security anywhere else besides the pavilion?
No.
So why would you sign a receipt for $228 that you did not receive?
Prior to that, she had cash on her, so Cardona and I were both in her office. So she only had enough funds to give, I believe, him the full amount.
What was that full amount?
The 228.
Okay.
So then she gave me what cash she had left, which was, I believe, the $70. But then she said she would go to the ATM later on and give me the remaining amount that was owed.
So $228 plus $70 is $298.
So so that $70 that she gave me at the time, which we were in her office, that the remaining cash she had on her, that would have been taken from that 228. So she would have owed me the remaining.
I see what you're saying. So did she ever pay you that remaining?
No, ma'am.
No. So for the time you were there, you only received the $70.
Correct.
And you saw Cardona get paid the full $228.
From what I can recall, yes.
And so you take his amount of money, $228, and your amount of money, $70, that total would be $298 that she had in her pocket. Are you familiar
I
with...
didn't hear what she said. What did you say?
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with, you described a little bit the process of how the Rodriguez Park patron comes in and they have to pay ahead? Are you familiar with how they book a security officer to work their pavilion?
No, not necessarily. So what I'm familiar with is normally when a job, the park would come up and they would offer the job, they would just kind of put it out in the office if anybody wanted to work the park that day.
So somebody else is handling the money and the paperwork?
Correct.
do you recall? Do you recall having any communications with Constable Vela from text messages related to working the park?
I'm sure we did.
Is that a typical way to communicate is through text messages?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I've had phone conversations with her as well.
As well? Correct. And regarding Easter Sunday, would you have inquired with her over text messages on the details of working the park for Easter Sunday?
Your Honor, just an objection to leading. I mean, she's suggesting a sort of
Same. So before you work a particular side job, do you try to find out the information about it?
If it's not provided beforehand, yes.
And so for Easter Sunday, do you recall having to reach out to get information from Constable Vela regarding the details of that day?
I don't recall. I don't recall, but I may have.
Would it have been a common practice of yours to possibly use text messages to gather information?
On a part-time?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach? Bench.
Hey, who's your next witness?
I believe we're going to recall Ken McGlamory to clarify something that has come up for other testimony. He's going to be pretty short, and he is here. And then we have Michael Villanueva here as well, but I think he might be a little longer. We can put in Ken as soon as we're done. Well, I don't know how long the class will take, but we have two more available.
Can we take the park director out of order while we wait for the exhibit? So just to keep it moving? Can you get him in here, please?
Sure.
We're going to excuse you, Ms. Peña, until, I know they have something they need to show you, so that we'll call you back when we're ready. That way Ken is not waiting for the cross. Let's just get him on and get him on.
Okay. Then the state will call Ken the last? Yes. Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You remain under the same oath. You remain under the same oath from yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Proceed, Judge.
Yes.
Mr. McGlamory, a few questions. When someone rents, let's say, a pavilion, specifically in Rodriguez Park, what would be the standard practice if someone were to have alcohol with less than 50 people? What would be the practice as far as notifying that person that they're in violation of any rules?
The park staff would approach them and let them know that you're violating terms and conditions. You have to have less than 50 persons or no alcohol. If you don't, then security is required. And they would either have to obtain security or they would have to stop their event or remove that item, like the alcohol.
And just so that we're clear and the jury's clear, the patron would be given the opportunity to come into compliance by removing the alcohol?
Yes, we want to accommodate our client as best we can.
And if someone had less than 50 people and subsequently removed alcohol, would they be still required to pay for security?
No, once they went below that threshold, then security would not be required per the code of regulations.
And was it the standard practice of Bexar County to at least give people their multiple options?
Yes, we would offer that to them.
Now, let's say someone is given multiple options, either remove alcohol or pay for security, but they decide to keep alcohol and not pay for security, then what happens?
Then we would call law enforcement. Generally, it would probably be a constable, or if they couldn't respond, we would call Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
And at Rodriguez Park, who was the county employee that standard practice should have been having this interaction with the patron?
Which should have been either Henry or one of my park staff.
Pass the witness.
So, Mr. McLaren, what you're saying is that would be the park. I mean, that would be the standard practice. Somebody like Henry or somebody who would work under you as park staff would go and have that interaction.
Yes.
However, if a constable is working at a different pavilion and sees this happening, they would also be in charge of enforcing that regulation. That's their job, is to enforce the park rules.
Generally, the park staff would do that. Now, if that person didn't comply or gave us a problem, then we would go talk to the constable or whatever law enforcement official was there to help back up the park staff.
Understood, but you also would agree, though, that the law enforcement officer who is responsible for the security of the park would also be responsible for enforcing the rules of the park that are there for the security of the park.
Yeah, but my direction is that we do that. We would prefer to do that versus having a constable or any peace officer saying that. We try to interact with the staff first and then have a peace officer back us up.
I understand that you're saying that that's what you would prefer to do.
Yes.
But you would also say that if park staff wasn't around, for instance, and the law enforcement officer is there and sees that there's a security violation, that they shouldn't leave that alone.
Yes, we want the park to be fair. We want them to be fair to everybody. Yes.
And you have no evidence that she wasn't fair to Mr. Reyes.
Yes, I don't know. I wasn't there.
That's right. And as far as Henry's concerned, or someone like Henry, that would be up to them whether or not to go up and say something about it. But if they neglected to or refused to,
Them being the park staff?
Park staff, right?
Okay.
Yeah, if they neglected to or refused to. Somebody's got to do it.
Well, if park staff neglected to do so, then that would be a disciplinary action that I would address.
Sure.
But if a peace officer were to speak with any of my clients and guests about a rule, my guys would, defer to that peace officer because they are in a position of authority.
Well, and really what it comes down to ultimately, I know that you as Mr. McGlamory would definitely not want to have anything, unsafe happen at the park. But that's also a concern for any law enforcement officer who's responsible for safety and security at that park. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I wouldn't want any harm to come to anyone.
And so when somebody's violating the park rules, like for instance, if they have glass and they have glass bottles, a peace officer goes, hey, you can't have glass bottles in the park, and you'd expect them to do that.
Yes, but in a specific way. As said before, it's a hospitality thing for us.
I understand. And for you, hospitality is a primary concern.
Yes.
They're the clients for you. But for a lot of law enforcement officers, it's security that's the primary concern.
I would disagree with some of that.
Well, I understand, but for the law enforcement officers out there, they're the ones that want to go home with their families. They're the ones that are putting their lives on the line and their safety on the line. You would agree with that?
Not addressing someone that's in the park for having glass or something like that.
I understand in that situation, but if there's a fight and your people are directed to leave that area where there's a fight, and the law enforcement officers are directed to run into the area where there's a fight.
Yes, that is correct.
They're directed to put their body between people who may be fighting or dangerous or violent.
Yes.
And so for them, in their situation, making sure that that doesn't happen because Henry goes out of the picture and they have to run into the picture whenever there's violence, right?
Yes.
Okay, so security is an extremely high concern for the law enforcement officers out there because it's their bodies that have to go and protect us.
Yes.
Not Mr. McGlamory, not Henry. Mr. McGlamory and Henry are instructed to go away from the violence.
In this case, there is no violence. It's just are you making a hypothetical question?
Right.
I'm having a hard time following what you're
Well, you were
asking.
talking in generalities about the things that you might prefer somebody to do in the park, and so I'm just talking about, that's true, but you can acknowledge that different agencies might have different primary concerns.
Yes, this is true.
Okay, and so, going back to the glass in the park example, if an officer sees glass in the park, you wouldn't expect him to run and try to find Henry somewhere to go tell Henry to go tell the person to put the glass up. You'd expect the officer right there to enforce the park rule.
I would like for the officer to ask the patron to please put the glass away or inform them that glass is not permitted in the Bexar County Park. Please keep that in your vehicle. Please don't have it out. We don't want to get it broken in the park.
And you have no evidence that Michelle was rude or anything else?
Like I said, I wasn't there. I don't know.
So, just real quick, because you have come back, you testified before and then you came back.
Yes, sir.
Did you contact the prosecutors or did they contact you?
They contacted me.
Okay, and did they contact you because they wanted you to come back and testify about this?
Today, yes, sir.
And did they discuss with you about what anybody else had said during the trial?
No, sir.
Okay, so, what time did they call you?
It was shortly after lunch.
Okay.
At 1:15-ish, 1:05.
We're on Wednesday. I think you were testifying every
I'm sorry?
Today.
Today.
Oh, today.
Today.
Oh.
To call me back for today.
Understood. Sorry. You got over here from work
I worked
shortly after
yes.
lunch. Okay.
So generally, what is the overarching policy reason for having that initial interaction between a park staff member instead of a law enforcement officer regarding the compliance of either alcohol or number of guests?
Say that again. You
So-
just said what you're asking
So
is.
there's a preference that the interaction be between a park staff member notifying the patron that, hey, you are not in compliance with park rules, and so you either must, one, stop using alcohol or pay for security. why is that a preferable policy over than having the law enforcement officer directly contact the person?
Parks is all about hospitality. Visitation is everything in the park world. We want people to come back, and we want people to enjoy themselves, whether they're having, iced tea or whiskey and a cigar. So we are more interested in the hospitality version of that. We do like the peace officers being there in case, because we do run into people that are belligerent, and we don't handle that. We want the peace officers to handle it, but it's preferable for us because we're the park system. We want to show that, hey, we're here for you guys, but please don't do this. It's just a kinder, gentler type of enforcement. And I think my philosophy and what I've told my staff is that we should be the ones to do that. Enforce the standard the best we can to what extent we feel comfortable, and then if there is an issue, then we can fall back on the constables or other peace officers. My guys have a pretty good rapport with a lot of the officers that work within the parks.
Is the primary duty of the peace officers to enforce criminal laws out of the parks?
Yes, I would agree with that. And if they saw any criminal activity in the park, I would.
As opposed to county regulations and county rules?
Yes, sir.
Thinking about it, the overarching theme, and how many years have you been in your position?
In this position as director since February, prior as the parks manager 5 years prior to that.
Okay, so 5 years. So going on 6 years in at least some capacity with the county working with parks and rec?
Yes, sir.
Based on your experience, do you think that it is a conflict between the patrons and the security to go up to them and basically try to enforce county rules and force payment upon them?
Come on, this is objectively relevant.
Abstain.
I'm going to refer to that. If on Easter Sunday of 2019, Constable Vela or any of her deputies had witnessed a violation of park rules, what should have been the proper procedure?
Object to the hypothetical is not an expert speculation.
Abstain.
Just for the record, Mr. Goss has asked a few hypotheticals from across. And this is a hypothetical that would be well within this witness's testimony.
He's already testified what the park rules were. What else are you trying to get at?
What should have been the proper procedure on that day?
It's in the rules that he testified to, didn't he? Didn't he already testify to the rules and procedures? Did you guys put them on the screen? So
Right.
what other relevant question do you have? It's cumulative.
Testaments.
Nothing further.
Thank you for coming back. Your excuse, you remain under the same rule. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Bring Ms. Peña back up. You ready for that?
want to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit 72, and I know you've not seen this before. What does this look like to you?
Text messages?
And could I have you just sort of look over it, pay attention to the dates, the information, the phone numbers, and see if you recognize those text messages. And I know the paper's cut off and a little hard to read, but... So is your phone number on here?
My old phone number, yes.
Okay, and that would have been the phone number you would have had at the time?
Correct.
And do you recognize the other phone number listed?
No.
And do you recognize from the content who you may have been texting with?
I couldn't tell you unless I know.
Okay.
Texting.
I would move to admit State's Exhibit 72, their text messages.
I'm sorry. I think she just said she could not tell you the answer.
I'm going to, well, I didn't want her to talk about the content, but it's the same phone number as State's.
Show it to defense, yes, please.
Your Honor, we object to your statement. And to proper authentication that this should not recognize by the content of the messages who should speak.
Speak up a little bit, just you're taking it off.
I'm sorry, by the content of the messages or by the phone number, she did not recognize them. So therefore,
Well, she said she recognized the content.
she said that she could not tell by the content who it was she was speaking to. And she did not recognize the phone number, so we would just say that the authentication is appropriate in this hearsay.
Same as to authentication.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 2. It's previously been admitted into evidence. I'm going to ask you to read the phone number here on the left-hand top side.
Okay. Is that 206? Yeah. No. 206-313-0056.
Slow down a little bit. 206 what?
206.
Hang on, I don't really want that number read out loud. I don't know if that's a valid number.
It is.
Okay, we're not reading that.
Well, I need to, can I then do it off?
You can ask her if it's the same number on yours.
Okay, so the number that I just pointed to on Defendant's Exhibit 2 has a phone number here. And in the body of the text message, there's a name. What is that name?
Vela.
And it says, and does it say, is it a text that appears to be from Constable Vela? She's the one that's sending the message based on the content.
Based on,
Yes.
was she sending the message?
Yes.
Well, now the order is, I'm sorry, the problem is just told her, that's really not the
What's your objection?
knowledge. The authentication predicate can't be supplied by the prosecutor. It's authentication. And here's
That's the same.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 72, and the phone number on this document, does it match the phone number from State's Exhibit 72 to Defendant's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
So we know from State's Exhibit 2, based on defense counsel, that they represented this is a text message from...
I just object counsel testifying and trying to...
This is...
Sustained, ask the question.
So, based on these text messages, this was your old phone number, and this is the phone number that it was texting to and from. Is it now your belief that you were having a text conversation with Constable Vela?
Object to leave and still trying to swipe.
Sustained? Ma'am, do you have independent recollection of who you were texting in that, which showed you Exhibit 72?
No.
That objection is sustained. Move along.
If you had questions about the hourly rate, who would you have asked?
For this job, more than likely her, because she's the one who offered me the job.
No further questions.
You have 40 minutes.
I have 40?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. I will not take them. Hi. I'm sorry, is it Deputy Pena, but it may be Corporal Pena? Is that-
Deputy Pena, correct.
Deputy? Okay. I want to make sure I'm calling you right. Your proper title, because you've earned it. My name is Jason Goss, and I am one of the counselors or one of the defense attorneys for Michelle, as you know. We've never met before, but I just have a few questions. And I want to go back and start with, you talked a little bit about, going to Rodriguez Park on Easter Sunday to work a security job. You said you had a late shift, is that right?
The later part of the shift, correct.
Later part of the shift. And I guess what that means is because there would be some deputies that work, or even the constable herself would work maybe the morning, and then some deputies would come in later, and then those deputies would leave. That's how that went.
Correct.
Okay, so what you said about Easter in particular, you supplied a few details about it. One of them being that when you got there, you noticed that Michelle was in the car. Is it Chief Castillo that was there?
Anthony Castillo. that was
Okay,
it.
Castillo. And you said that you saw reserve. You didn't see, well, he's Officer David now, but back then, I think he was Tony Cordona.
I don't remember seeing him, correct.
Okay. But you talked about being in the auditor's office, so you did see him at the auditor's office as the 4 people that you presumed were working security for Easter at Rodriguez Park.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things you said, though, is when you got there and you looked at the pavilions, you felt like you knew you were assigned to Pavilion 2, but when you got to Pavilion 2, there was nobody left.
As far as the party,
As a party.
correct. There was,
And I think Ms. McCraw asked you, she said, well, I mean, what do you do to provide security when there's nobody there? And you said, well, you just leave, right?
depending on the maintenance back then, whoever, I don't remember his name, or there would be a certain individual working their maintenance, and once they were done, we would go, closing up the park.
So I think at that point, it was Henry, if you remember.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I appreciate it when you don't remember, you say it, and that's exactly what we want you to do. So, and then you told Mr. McCraw that you kind of estimated you were probably there about an hour or two while all that was going up, and then you left. Is that right?
Yeah, maybe about, yeah. I said that, yes.
Yeah, somewhere in between an hour and 2 hours.
Correct, I said that.
Yeah, and I'm not going to hold you to the exact thing, because it was 3 years ago. But, Your Honor, can I approach the
Yes.
exhibit? This, please. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to make a demonstration for this witness, and I'm going to mark the defense 7, which I believe is the next in order, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Deputy Payne. That's you.
That's me.
Okay. So, what I want to write down is just a few, I'm sorry to give my back to you guys, it's hard to go around here. What I want to do is, I just want to talk a little bit about what you've already said, and I just want to put it here, and just make sure that I say it correctly. Okay, correct me if it's wrong. One, correct. Late shift security. So the first thing I put is work late shift security at Rodriguez Park, April 21st, 2019. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes.
The second thing I put here is Pavilion 2 had no more customers, so you left after about 1 or 2 hours. Is that accurate from what you testified to?
I don't know if I said exactly that, but
Well,
So,
let me ask you
we-
now. Is it accurate that they had no more customers when you got there?
they did not.
Okay. And is it accurate that you left after about 1 or 2 hours based upon your testimony to Mr. McCraw?
Correct. I did say that.
Okay. So, and you would agree that 70 divided by 1 is 70?
Yes.
Now, this one's harder, but I'll tell you I did it on a calculator. 70 divided by 1.5 is 46.66. Does that sound about right?
I'll trust you and say yes.
Okay. This one will be easier. And you would agree 70 divided by 2 is 35?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'll pass the lead.
No further questions? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You may step down and you will remember the same instructions. Do you have a short witness we can wrap up before 5? Sure.
We can say we will be short.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Your Honor, I will say, and of course, it's worked out for the scheduling, but I know that they're going to call. I believe we will be long to support objective if they finish their directive and they cross the
Who
line.
are we talking about?
Michael will be in the room.
He was one of the other clerks in precinct 2.
Okay, so then let's take this opportunity, we'll give the jury back 30 minutes since we spent Monday jury selection pretty late here. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day, you remain under the same instructions. Tomorrow we start back up at 10:30, okay? Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Bring your pens.